go from there. D5P reached level 10. Legend. Thank you so much. We're gonna get a spam of Marvel Strike Force stuff here, aren't we? I can already tell. Oh yes, we are. Bam! Bionet Z reaching level 10 too. Beautiful. Yeah, we have got the Marvel Strike Force sponsorship going on, guys. If you want to support the stream, do check out the ! Marvel command. I know it's super early to sell out. It's going to be popping up for a few moments here. So yeah, there's actually going to be a fair few that pop through. So yeah, a few will pop up. But if you want to support the stream, check that out. That's the ! Marvel in the chat. We'll give you the link. We're about 1 minute and 40 seconds away from getting ourselves started here. So a couple of moments, please, and we should be able to go. Go, 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 go. How exciting is that? Being able to go. Crazy business. Just making sure everything is set up otherwise. Level 20! Oh my god. Crazy. Daily objectives 2 days in a row. God, we are going to make so much money off this Marvel Strike Force. I can already feel it. Incredible. What are we at right now? Killing it. Nice. I genuinely, actually, not being beaming. Actually pretty nice. Alright. I think we're good to get started, guys. We're going to start off on Percival versus Cham today from the lower bracket of the OSC mid-season playoffs. I guess I should show you maybe what the lower bracket looks like, actually. Should we do that quickly? Yeah, let's quickly show you guys what the lower bracket looks like. So it looks like this. So we have, basically in the upper bracket, Solo Max backs the winner bracket final. We will not see that today. What we will see today is Percival versus Cham. Then we're going to be watching Spirit versus Harstem, the winner versus Cure, and then Cristiana versus Percival or Cham. So that's what you've got coming up. These 4 series from the lower bracket. And that leaves us with 5 series at the very end. I wonder if we're going to do all those in one. Or also 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Might be a bit much for a final day, but if we made something special out of it, maybe it'd be okay. Alrighty. So yes. That's what's going on. So without further ado, let's get into some best of 5 StarCraft 2 action. I need to just fix up my damage health bars. Let me get this going. Do I ever stream Brood War? No. I'm not a Brood War guy. I never got into Brood War. So I've just never been the Brood War guy, unfortunately. So no, I do not. I very, very rarely, once upon a time, I accidentally ended up streaming some StarCraft Evo, and I had no idea what was going on. And that's being generous to me as well. Like, I had legitimately no clue what was going on. It was a wild experience, to say the least. It was a wild experience. Anyways, again, hope everyone is doing well and excited for some more StarCraft 2. As we get into the bottom right side of the map to start things off, this is going to be Percival, who's actually been playing really well lately. He just had a finals appearance in a WardiTV Mondays, so I think that alone is genuinely pretty cool. So yeah, excited to see him continue to play, and obviously he's in this lower bracket, taking on Cham, and I actually think it's kind of a cool ZVT. I would not really like to pick a favorite out of nowhere on this one. I don't really know who's going to be kind of coming in as the favorite, so that should make this kind of exciting. Like I said, I'm not really sure who to preference or anything as we get this one started up. I do know who to preference in the chat, though. Siru coming in with the 37-month resub. Thanks to Wardy for the non-stop SC2 action. No worries at all. Thank you so much for supporting it, as always. Your support goes a long way to keeping it all going, so I appreciate those subs coming through month after month. Always good to see the numbers going up. Appreciate you big time. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Alright, so my friends, so, what are we up to? We are in the ZVT, and yeah, it's best of 5s. So we've got 4 best of 5s to get through today. Should be some fun. Like I said, I'm going to try and keep us going nice and quickly as well. You guys know me. I want to, when we've got this. So this tournament is replays. So it's been played over the last week or so, and we gather the replays, and then we cast it all at once. It's something that we do for the OSC mid-season playoffs, because there's a lot of players playing from very different time zones and so on. So that's how the OSC mid-season playoffs work. So yeah, that's basically the situation, as we do have a Reaper on the way up here initially, and we are going to see ourselves a factory coming down as well. So it's command center first. I was going to say, it feels kind of late for things to be happening, but we are essentially just going into the command center first, which means that everything else is a bit later, but it's then very normal from there. So it's CC first, but we've still just moved into a Reaper. So that's pretty much where we stand for now. As we get settled in, this Reaper will go on a little bit of a scout about, see what's going on, and obviously try and pick up some early information, and gathering just to see, again, a little bit of what is up early in this BO5. Yeah, Cham's a fun player. We don't see him all the time. He's one of the players that plays in a few events, but not everything. Obviously, we're very familiar with Percival. I would say that this is, like I say, a good matchup. I think this is a pretty fair matchup on either side. I'm super intrigued to see how Cham plays. I'm intrigued to see what Percival maybe brings. He's not afraid to play in the later game TVZ as well, which also, you know, for good reason, I think, gets me excited too. So I also think that's pretty sick. So yeah, I think in general, like I say, a fun matchup to start the day off on, one that you can't really predict too easily at all. And like I say, that always is going to leave us with a whole bundle of fun to figure out. So that said, let's try and see if anything exciting happens right now, because it's CC first. Not really. As we're here on Maganatha. By the way, if I'm not mistaken, the new ladder maps are up. Man, do you guys remember when I was like, December maybe, and if not, maybe January? They turned those ladder maps around so freaking quickly. Holy goodness. New ladder maps available already. I'm super excited for that map pool to become a thing. So, yeah, that's freaking awesome. We'll start seeing some of that on Friday in the WardiTV Korean Royale. We will just switch fully over to the new map pool. So yeah, new maps in the Korean Royale on Friday. Obviously, these games were played before the new map pool went up, so we're not going to have any new map pool today. But yeah, exciting stuff. New map pool is active. I'm so excited because, like, this map pool, this is, like, one of the first times ever where I feel like the map pool is legitimately what I would have picked. Like, all of the maps I've had in the WardiTV tournaments made it to the map pool. The maps I left out of WardiTV tournaments because I thought they were a bit too quirky to have alongside the kind of current, more popular maps already, made it in as well. Honestly, I'm looking at this new map pool, I'm just like, oh my, like, did I just open my favorites page from the TLMC or what? So, honestly, the only thing different, I maybe would have kept Persephone. I really had a thing for Persephone, but that's okay. Yeah, so new map pool is up and running, very exciting. It is live on all servers, if I'm not mistaken, so go check it out if that sort of stuff excites you, TLDR, basically. Go check it out. That's a donation literally as I've just tabbed out. Oh, holy, I literally just tabbed out to go and put myself live on TL, and now I hear the donation. I'm like, I actually think that's a big donation sound. And that's £100? Was there any message attached? I don't think so. Let me just open my dashboard. I gotta double check that one. Aye. Yeah, starting off strong today, no? Ghost1850 with the £100 donation. No message attached, just straight up love for the stream. Thank you so much, mate. I super appreciate the generosity. Thank you so very much. The hundo. Damn. All right. Well, we're talking today, are we? We are talking today. Who knew? Thank you so much for the £100. That is extremely generous. Thank you very much. Thank you so much indeed. So these guys aren't actually playing right now. It's a replay. Yeah, so because OSC mid-season playoffs is like a very big bracket, it's just played over a longer time, they let just players play on their own schedule, and then every few days we do a cast once the games are played. So these games were played within, I would say, the last 5-6 days. I can't remember when we last did OSC mid-season playoffs cast, but I'm pretty sure within the last week, typically, is when these games got played. So they're never super old. And they are fresh. These have not been seen by anyone else. This is still the official cast of them, so they're still kind of fresh in the, the ones. But yeah, it's just going to be seeing a couple of Marines loading up into the medevac, and we are going to go jumping across into the main base. Thank you again, Ghost. It's not every day we fill the donation bar. It's not every day we 4x the donation bar in the first 5 minutes of the first game. So thank you so much. I really appreciate the generosity, mate. Thank you. And thank you again. Sometimes it can't be said enough. 2 upgrades, combat shield, melee, carapace, overlord speed, and baneley speed all building through. We'll see the 3 Marines dropping down onto the watchtower here with a couple Widow Mines nearby as well. The Ling Bane is going to go moving about for just a few moments. And yeah, Bane speed, overlord speed continue to come by with the melee upgrades accompanying for the moment. As that's pretty typical. We obviously lost a few drones to heli, and now we're going to try and get some work done. That wouldn't mind. It's a pretty reasonable connection too. Second mine also gets 3 Banes. So this is just a very good start from Percival, getting some very efficient trades super early here on Maganatha. It's funny because I remember in King of the Hill, Percival, when you have pretty much any map available to you, Percival chose to play Maganatha. I think it was against Solar. So he's actually very confident on this map, otherwise he wouldn't have chose that then. And so we are going to see those lings getting battered. So while this is typically kind of a bigger, larger, zergier map, Percival does feel somewhat confident in playing on it, based on that, I would say. As this has been nice, like I say, some efficient trades early. Those last couple of dropships or units were a little bit more easily cleaned up by Cham, so a little bit better off right there. And as we now have 4 drones going down, we see the medevac escaping over to the bottom right-hand side. And just trying to get out of there for the moment. So the medevac getting out. Away we go. There's 2 carapace coming up. 3 additional barracks coming through. 42 lings in production. All of that coming by right now. As you do see the few lings and the banes moving down to the bottom left-hand side with the overseer overhead. These medevacs over here are going to have to load up the marines. We're going to pull back down the bottom right once again. Drilling claw still coming through. Marine Marauder tank all on the way. 2 upgrades in production as well in those Evo chambers. And the few marines are going to get chased by the lings a little bit here. As the lings come through, the medevac gets chased off for the moment. Widow Mines will burrow. Gonna go bang, bang! Oh my god, that second Widow Mine. You saw it happening. The Ling Bane clumping up. Gonna have to be more careful about that as Cham in this series. Especially if we're going to continue playing against these mines. These mines are getting value. Even this one here got 4 kills with the rest of the bio nearby it. Cham going to try and get a little bit reckless and run into this right-hand side with the massive Ling run by. That part is probably going to do decently. Already the tank going down. The SCV's retreating. And as the SCV's retreat, the Banes arrive. The Banelings do catch the tail end of the SCV train, leaving the station, moving back toward the natural. 14 SCVs down, 6 drones killed. The rest of these Banes still rolling over. There are drones going down across the map. We'll check in on that now. Just there's medevac from earlier, and it's still hanging about, but that's going to be cleaned up now as well, with only 6 workers going down, but it is damage done. And we did lose a fair amount of units here as well as Cham, so you look at the numbers overall, 126 to 105. It's scrappy, it's dangerous. I don't hate it for the Terran, who will continue to maintain an upgrade lead as well, so there are going to be efficient trades on the horizon for the Terran player here, with 2-2 to 1-1 for the next 30 to 45 seconds, and then an open period of time where he's going to be 3-3 against 2-2, because there's no Hive on the way from Cham, so there is no tech up out of this Ling Bane. And that might be the biggest issue of all. Like, if Cham was doing all of this and had Hive on the way, Ultra Cavern, you know, basically saying, hey, I'm here in the next few moments, great. But he just started the Infestation Pit, and like I say, that's going to leave you behind in so many ways. Pure Ling Bane for so long is going to be brutal. Missing the 3-3 upgrades for so long, Adrenal Glands for so long. Like, that Hive is just super duper late, and that's going to be, like I say, an issue here. 6 SCVs and the command center go down, but we will replace the CC quickly at the very least. As now we have some more Ling Bane heading to the bottom right side, looking to try and get into this mineral line. His Humarine's going to stim it up, and the Ling's going to take some damage right away. 3-3 still building. The Marauder there, as a few Lings and Banes continue to crash through. And we just see the Ling Bane on the right side, pulling back to the top. A hatchery placing into the 5th base location. Hive in production. Yeah, I mean, you can see the difference in time here. We're going to have 3-3 finish basically as the Hive is complete. So the entirety, the entire build time of 3-3 is just going to be you behind on upgrades. If you take a fight in that time frame, which is a pretty darn sizable time frame, you are just going to straight up be in trouble. It is as simple as that right now, as we do have some additional Banes coming through. The Hive is building up. It's going to be seeing the concussive shell starting. The 3-3 still building through too. A couple of Marauders on the way over. Ooh, on the left-hand side, a couple of medevacs lift up and they try and back away from that Ling Bane. On the right side, we're going to get rid of a couple of Crypt Tumors as well. We'll load back into those medevacs. Good multi-prong from Percival, whose supply is equal with the Zergs right now, so he's got to be feeling pretty good about things, I would say. Pretty darn reasonable. 3-3 concussive shells all coming through. The Marine Marauder still coming about. The Ling Bane will continue by as the medevacs fall away. On the bottom left-hand side, just seeing the rest of the bio medevac force coming over as well. So just making a move with that. Bunch of Ling Bane over here as well. Continue to settle down. Going to take the watchtower for a few moments on the left side of the bio. Going to come take the watchtower also. So a little bit of setting up right now. See our 3-3, the Adrenal Glands all coming through. This hatchery right there from Cham also coming into place, and yeah, +2 vehicle plating. Add on the Neo Steel armor as well. For some reason, I always get in my head that's new steel plating. I don't know why. I think it's because I'm like, no, it's not an armor upgrade, but it is. Anyways, and then sometimes I want to call it like Neo Steel frames or something as well. Engineering bay upgrades are confusing, guys. What can I say? Widow Mines will step to the front. A little bit of bio will be right there as the Banes. Actually, do make more progress than I thought. I thought the Widow Mines was going to get rid of a bunch of them, but it just whiffed on them. And so that's going to be Percival once again stepping onto creep and applying pressure here. Steps up this ramp. Hatchery in some trouble. Queens and the drones beginning to go down. We load back up into the medevacs. Widow Mine still going off. Ling Bane will continue to move through as we just see the rest of the bio unloading once again. A couple of Banelings looking to get the connections in. And we'll just see that hatchery going down. So the hatchery cleaned up. The position in this game definitely improves. We now see a little bit of bio going to chip its way through the hatchery in the bottom left-hand side. So that will be cancelled up here. And the rest of the Marines and medevacs now back over to the right side. Still a lot of Ling Bane gathered up there as well. Overseers overhead. The bio going to continue to stand its ground, or at least give it a shot. Ling Bane is trying to say no and just forced to lift off as we are at least dodging this Widow Mine shot. It's been a mixed bag of Widow Mines this game, right? We've seen some epic Widow Mines, we've seen some mid-range mines, we've seen some mines that have been very well dealt with. Obviously, that's pretty good for the Terran player, because that means that the Zerg has made some mistakes, and you don't need them to make all the mistakes against your mines, but a few mistakes definitely push you in the right direction and kind of get you where you want to go, usually, so... Bio joins up to the top. A little bit of bio getting through. Queen on that right side coming over. A little bit of Bane attempts trying to come through as well. Widow Mine shot off down to the bottom. You can see the medevacs loading up to onto the main base. There are Corruptors popping out. Will help against the medevacs, but man, the fact we're having to build Corruptors to deal with medevacs doesn't feel great. I mean, that doesn't help you against the ground army outside of just, like I say, fighting the medevacs. It feels very limited what you can achieve with these Corruptors, and that's my issue, is that I don't necessarily hate the fact that the Corruptors are here. It's just I felt like we needed more ground support. We needed something to accompany this Ling Bane. The Corruptors kind of do that. Like, they're going to stop the medevacs, and they actually get some kills here. They actually are going to enable a cleanup. But then this drop over here is an issue, and building Ghosts right now, it's funny because we actually don't have anything the Ghosts really need to deal with still. It's still just Ling Bane. So obviously the Corruptors will get after the Libs. The Ghosts can get after the Corruptors too. Cham's just going to say GG though, so that's actually... What a funny time to leave this game. He leaves this game because don't get me wrong. I think he's leaving this game because he knows his army composition sucks, right? Like, he's Ling Bane Corruptor against someone who's now building Ghosts. But honestly, like, he leaves this game ahead in supply. A good work account, good base count. Like, yeah, he lost over here, but he's still a 5-base Zerg. Don't get me wrong. Percival is winning this game, right? He is winning this game. It's just such an interesting moment for the Zerg to decide, nah, you know what, this really isn't working. Like, it's that much belief that he's messed up. I think, if I had to make a guess, he basically is just like, oh, if you're on Ghosts, there is just no way I can really contest the Ghosts, And so if I do anything now, the fact you're already on Ghosts is an issue. So, yeah, I just weird to see the Zerg give up so soon. He might have honestly died in the next fight, right? It's one of those sort of scenarios. It's just weird to see him going down without trying to run by and cause chaos. Maybe Percival deals with that run by super badly, There's always feels like there's always going to be at least another option or so. And so we don't really try and do anything extra there is, like I say, a little bit strange. Like I say, the Corruptors were an interesting one. Like, don't get me wrong, knock down the medevacs. They're going to be good against the incoming Libs. It's just your pure Ling Bane. You can't tell me you can just go pure Ling Bane then add on Corruptors. Like, he needed to be Ling Bane into something, and then you get Corruptors as the transition against the Libs and so on. He was just missing a portion of that game the entire time. Cham was just playing kind of a step behind where you probably should be as the Zerg. Spawn pool coming up. Double barracks at the start of this from Percival, as he is up 1-0 in the BO5. It's going to have the double racks going into place then, so get that set up and see what will happen. Obviously, that means multi-racks Reaper here to start us off, so unless we see some Marines, I will never forgive. And hey, we have no gas, actually, so we actually are going to see Marines. Funny. Yes, this actually is going to be Marines from Percival. I was going to say, Unless, you know, Ryung did this to me the other day, I just presumed it was Multi-Rax Reaper, but hey, thank you, Ryung, because he taught me a lesson. Never assume. Always double check if he got gas or not. So this is going to be Marine production. So we're going to build a few Marines, likely look to snipe down one of the early Overlords, and maybe make a light push across the map with 5-6 Marines or so. And then you still are, mineral only, so you can take your command center behind this. We'll see what Cham would like to do. Circling speed on the way up. Hatchery building into place. What should Cham have built instead? I mean, his main issue was he was so caught up from the early game that he never got out of Lingbane quickly enough. If you play Lingbane straight to Hive, you're in a way better position, and from there you may have the luxury of a couple of Infestors. From there you can add on the Ultralisk Cavern much more easily, and Lingbane Ultra is much more of a composition than just pure Lingbane. Pure Lingbane can work for a while, but you've got to have something going on behind it, or really good run bys and a lot of momentum, and he just didn't have that. Like, yeah, did he run by a bunch of times? Yes, but did he also give away a bunch of units to bad Widowmine shots? Absolutely. So he just wasn't really ready to tech anytime soon enough. And so when it came to it, eventually, like, you're still basically on Lingbane kind of going into the late game. It just isn't going to be pretty. Lingbane heavy comps can, like I say, absolutely work, but the game wasn't playing out like that. Like, the Terran was taking bases, he was very secure. Like, with Lingbane, you want to be keeping the Terran on a very low base count because you've got the mobility to strike the moment they move out. But he just got bullied so hard by drops, couldn't control him well enough, took enough damage himself. Like I say, it didn't knock him out the game, but it definitely kind of had him limping along with that Lingbane composition compared to usual. So yeah. Like I say, I don't think the Corruptors for the state of the game was actually a terrible choice. It's just he should have had something else before he then made the Corruptors. And he didn't have the something else because he was so stuck on the Lingbane. It's like when you see a lot of the time when people play Lingbane Muta, they get stuck on Lair Tech because your Lingbane Muta, it's a very unit-heavy composition, you're making a lot of it. But then in the end of the day, you go Lingbane Muta and you just can't get off Lair for a while. This was kind of the same, but because he wasn't building mutas, he should never get stuck on Lair. Like, at least the mutas give you the harassment to justify being stuck on Lair Tech. This is terrible, by the way, for Percival. I mean, Cham has chosen to go Roaches. And as he walks across the map here, this is a lot of Marines, but it's unupgraded Marines. The Roach Ravager can pick away at the wall because the barracks are there, and if you force these barracks to lift, there goes your production, there goes your upgrade. So I do think this is looking pretty rough for Percival. No bunker behind this wall off either, so these Marines are going to have to stand there and fight. And obviously, if they fight against the Roach Ravager, that is not fun. As all of this Roach Ravager shows up, a couple corrosive vials come down. This barrack's still taking a bunch of shots. I mean, these corrosive vials will pretty much just finish you off. You can't get enough SCVs there to repair it, so there goes the barracks, there goes the potential stim pack. This really is just horrible for Percival. I do not think he survived your way through this one. As, now he starts bunkers, but that's his production. That just lifted up and flew away, so... yeah, I mean... I guess the hope here is that this is just this Roach Ravager and it's going to go slow. In which case, maybe the Marines get to go in the bunkers and maybe there's a chance, but... you can see that Percival is not quite being given that sort of time. As you see another bunker going to get cancelled here. There they go, the double bunker cancel. And the Roach Ravager will still hit at the front, hit on this front door. Take their way through a few Marines. Corrosive Vials actually in a nice place. The Marines were a bit stuck between the reactor and the command center. And that's just going to be GG as Cham. This Roach ravages his way against a Marine kind of focused opener. GG's. Alright guys, we're going to take a couple of moments and head ourselves into more StarCraft 2. As we'll just run some ads after a couple of maps, and then we'll head right on into our game number 3 of this best of 5 series, Percival versus Cham. Continuing, we're going to be heading into Persephone for the next map. So again, that's set up in just a few moments, as yeah, just like that, we get all tied here and ready to resume on through. Alright. Again, thanks for joining us, guys. Appreciate you all being here. Bit of a weird day to stream because there's a lot going on. I know there's Kung Fu Cup going on. I didn't really want to cast Kung Fu Cup because it was just 4 best of 3s. But also I was just kind of a little bit... yeah, I'm not going to be here for like the rest of the week for Kung Fu Cup. So I was thinking maybe it would be better to grab the replays. And then I'm like, I look at my schedule, I'm like, when the hell am I going to cast the replays? I'm just like, you know, I've still got freaking Crank League replays I need to cast that finals. Yeah, I still need to do that. So that's a thing. Which realistically means it's probably just not going to happen, to be honest. So yeah. Yeah, I was going to get the replays, but I don't really have any days to cast the replays on. Unless maybe some of the Korean Royale days don't go along. Maybe we could cast them after some Korean Royale. Or some Mondays. Actually, maybe we could get some replays and cast some of the best games. Maybe that wouldn't be a bad idea. Maybe eventually we get a no GG versus Zerg Percival story arc. Yeah. Ay. I don't like it when people don't GG. Not because I care about them not GGing, because I have to read about it in Twitch chat, and I'm just like, ugh. Couldn't we just type the letters so people don't have to get to talk about things? 8-hour workday for the rest of the year, mate. Like honestly, we have. I just look at the schedule. I'm like, there's actually like already no gaps. So if anything else crops up, like we are gonna be doubling up. But then there's good games going on, so I kind of want to get some of the replays and cast some of the good games, you know. Ay. Top left-hand side, in our blue colors, it will be Percival the Terran who loses against the Roaches. As in the bottom left-hand side, our red Zergy is Cham. You know what? I'm gonna message in the chat and see if someone will get me the replays. Alright. Sweating pool dropping down. Hatch gas and pool coming up. We got a drone on the way through. And we just have ourselves the barracks and the SCV building as well. Getting settled early on. Overlord going to come across also. Just see what's happening for a couple of moments. And yeah. Hatch gas and pool. Reaper in the orbital. All coming into play. What's more exhausting, casting or dealing with chat? That's a very difficult question to answer. I don't know if casting is exhausting. It's very rare I cast without reading chat, so how would I ever know? Actually, some days, the days that go by the fastest are the days where the games are just really good. We have some great StarCraft and we just bang on through. The days that drag are when the games are a bit meh, and then I usually get involved with chat, and I end up going back and forth with chat, and we end up in... I don't know. Like, honestly, chat... To me, casting is all... It just comes hand in hand with dealing with chat, right? Who's my least favorite person to see in chat? There's a couple. There's a couple that walk the line of like, I could just time them out and everyone would probably be happier, but they don't really do anything terrible. Not gonna name names though. They probably know who they are really. I'm still not gonna name the names. What really amazes me, sorry, what did we miss a kill off? A Ling. What really amazes me actually when I see people in chat and I notice their name because they're a troublemaker is that oftentimes people go from being very troublesome to being super normal day to day. Like, it's really weird. Like, sometimes like the same person one day is just like super normal, chatting, talking, asking questions. And the next day it's like their mission in life is to make my chat a miserable place. It's it's really funny. I mean, to be fair, like if they were actually miserable, I would just like they would just be banned. But that's the problem, right? Sometimes these guys get away with more because I know their name from being kind of normal sometimes, and then they cross the line, and I'm like, well, it's that guy, whatever, you know. Or like they maybe get like a timeout instead of just a ban. Like if you come in my chat spouting nonsense from minute 0. And I just can't be bothered to deal with you, I'm just going to click the ban button, because I just don't care. And if you really care enough to get unbanned, you'll probably message me. And if you don't, then no one lost anything, right? So... Playing well salty, yeah. To be fair, I get it. I'm a miserable person when I'm playing StarCraft 2, so I do just presume that they've probably been laddering. Which is a good thing, you know, they're playing StarCraft. We've got to promote that. That's just, you know, StarCraft does make people unhappy sometimes. This game really has a knack for that. Reaper spreads forward. I thought the Reaper and the Hellions could have maybe turned around and grabbed that one. But they do not make that choice. Two more Hellions. Down to the bottom. Just going to poke away. A couple of Queens are going to try and shoot. And we have a Reaper that just pulls back a little bit. Hellions will regather. One Queen going down. The Zerglings step away for a moment as well. And so just have the Queens continue to push back. Afternoon, did you miss Harstem? Nope. This is the first series of the day. So I'm pretty sure the order of matches, if I remind myself again, it's going to be Percival versus Cham, Harstem versus Spirit, winner versus Cure, and then Cristiana versus the winner of this series. I believe is the order we're going in today. So, no, Harstem will be the second series, which is coming up after this one. Little grenade, Hellions going to get themselves a Queen kill. Always nice to get that grab. Spire coming up, Baneland Nest coming through. A couple of extractors on the way out, Ling Drone on the way through, adding on the 1-1 upgrades, adding on the stim pack. Starport swaps over to build up a reactor, and we're 5 racks in, but it's 3 CC, so very normal. And the real question is, do we go to 8 racks? That would be the actual point of genuine interest here. There's a few Hellions continuing down to the bottom. Gonna get rid of a Crypt Tumor there immediately. Queen just stepping over and in position to help push the Hellions around again. A couple more Crypt Tumors in the middle will begin to go down too. Using 4 drones, the double Banshee shows up. They're going to get some work done, so not bad. As there's not a lot of Zerglings here. These Hellions wandering into the front door. Uh-oh. This is going to be a barbecue. And on the menu today is drones. Couple of special offerings of Zerglings, but mostly drones. It's one of those places that only have one thing on the menu. But what they do it real well. They do it in 2 different versions. They have Hellion burned drones, or they have Banshee fired drones. You can take your pick. 22 in stock today. As like I say, some good stock available at Percival's Barbecue House. 1-1 upgrades on the combat shield coming through. The +1 flyer attack upgrade will build. Yeah, that Baneland speed going too, so that's about to finish up and gives you a little bit of activity on the map from Cham. I don't know what we're going to do from here, because it's obviously a pretty rough scenario. So he's trying to go into this Spire. He takes a bunch of damage before he's invested into Mutalisks. Now he's rebuilding drones. He's making Banes because I think he's afraid of the upcoming bio attack. And it probably feels like right now if you make Mutas, you're kind of throwing. Because if you make Mutas right now, you're basically saying, hey, look, I'm making the things that aren't going to do very well. Come kill me. And Percival is absolutely in the mindset of, hey, I just basically killed you. Let's go and kill you. So I think Cham's making the right choice to not make Mutas, but man, is it a slap in the face because he's once again going to end up stuck on Ling Bane. Even worse, this time he's going to be stuck on Ling Bane with bad upgrades because he sacrificed his 1-1 until later in order to get the faster Spire and to move into Mutas early. And so to now not be having the Mutas, like I say, I don't think it's wrong because I think if he made Mutas instead of these Banelings, he'd be dead right now. But it still would have been nice to have the Mutas. He now has 1100 gas, and you got to imagine the Mutas will be on the way shortly. Percival's going to be so well set up. He's already pushing forward. He's building a 4th base, drilling claws on the way of mines, and finally Mutas are going to hit the production tab. So they're going to start coming up. A few Marines gather in over here. Again, melee upgrades all on the way through. Muta Bane building by as well. It's going to be seeing a few Marines coming through and getting rid of a couple of Crypt Tumors. And away we go. Nipple by, a couple of the Crypt Tumors still dropping, so I mean, this is one of the benefits of having won the game so far. You now have to, have very little creep spread to deal with, so creep spread you do push back at. Very, very nicely done. So, push that away. It's going to have the 2-2 upgrades coming over, the hatchery over here. Going to get set into position as well as the Ling Bane Muta gathers around. It's going to be seeing a couple of Crypt Tumors being picked away at as well, so it's going to knock those straight out of here. We're just going to get ourselves after this hatchery, so Hatch taking damage right off the bat. Couple of Banes and Lings and Mutalisks trying to get through there. The Medevac's going to jump up, escape away, drop into the main base. Yeah, this is nice movement, and also Percival going around the right side now. We actually just missed it on the screen, but the 10 STVs went down to a little Bane run by on the 3rd. Oh, Muta's going to intercept these Medevacs. We will unload the Marines, though, so it looks as though we might at least be able to trade for some Mutas. Like I say, swinging around the right side is the issue for Cham. He has nothing here. No Banes preemptively in position. Widow Mines are now going to get set up. Like, this is just straight up an issue. Let's see what we can do. Oh, no Medivacs here, though, so we have no getaway potential. Okay. Okay. Cham cleans up. He keeps his base alive. I'm not sure if it's still great for him overall. He does lose this hatchery. But at least he didn't lose both the hatcheries, so, you know, there's something for him there. Hasn't lost a meter in the game yet, so that meter count is climbing. It's 17, going to 20. The meters need to start getting across the map. Realistically here, if we're going to get back into this as Cham, I think we need to get the meters across the map. We need to start hitting these mineral lines. We need to start getting some more damage done. I think that has to be pretty much what we go into at this point. Apparently a couple more mines went off here. They have 9 and 7 kills. That's not bad at all. We're going to get one more mine set off. We're going to clean this all up. Protection necessary with that drilling clause. And armory all in place. So water mines cloaked up until they get detected. And once again, same kind of move. Left side, right side, just 2 different drops. This one's looking to recancel this hatchery. And down the right side, looking to hit the hatch as well. So heading down over here, just going to be seeing a couple Lings and Banes setting through. These mines have a lot of potential. Marauders actually end up just tanking the Banelings, by the way, so that works wonderfully too. We're going to have to send even more units across here. Actually drop a transfusion on the hatchery. I think we're going to keep the hatch alive, but again, it's the fact you're being forced to come over here and defend. Percival, yep, now he's going to have to lift up, and the meters are flying through. The Thor is here, and the meters are going to get an easy pick on that. We are going to recancel the 5th base at the very least from Percival. Again, that left side versus right side continue kind of ping-pong back and forth. Continues to come into play right now as those couple of Medivacs retreat themselves away back toward the top side of the map. Feelings are nearby. The Medivacs retreat over. And the meters play a little bit of cleanup as well as they continue across too. Marines come over. Meter going to take some damage. A couple of SCVs dropping as the army still settling on the right. The Thor takes a step up. A couple of Widow Mines are going to get burrowed. You have more Marines and Medivacs still working their way over here as the 3-3 upgrades are on the way through. The +2 vehicle plating on the armory as well. And we sell. I mean, honestly, at this point, Percival's done enough to kind of keep his opponent low. At this point, I wouldn't hate Percival just kind of going for a larger straight-up fight. It feels rough attacking into Ling Bane meter, especially because you have very little retreat potential, because if you have to retreat, the meters are going to chase down your Medivacs. I do feel like we're at the point where just the maxed-out army here should trade well for the Terran. Especially in a game where he's been so well defended. It's usually moving out against Ling Bane meter, the issue is the run-bys and the counter-attacks. This is like the first time we are seeing the meters on the other side of the map. And it's going to come at the cost of already the 5th base on the right side going down again. These couple of Widow Mines try to get burrowed. They will both die. And this is exactly the scariest part, where these SCVs try to keep most missile turrets and so alive. This is why you just have to pull back home, and that's what the meters are so good at. They're going to reinforce the idea that you have a chance to play on in this game. They're going to buy time for the Zerg. And that was what was severely missing earlier. Thor gets a couple of shots in. Missile turret's still doing some work as well. Marine's going to try chase those meters back around the left side. +2 melee, +2 flyer, carapace coming up. We do have regular carapace on the ground already, but no hive, so again, no +3 upgrades for the foreseeable future. It's going to take a little while until that hive is done. We're ready to go over on that one. Empire still moving down the left, the Ling Bane moving up the right. Hatchery in some trouble, here we go. Ling Bane going to run through, Widow Mine trying to aim up. A couple of Lings going down already. The Bane's starting to crush on through. We're going to be seeing the Marines continuing to go running for the moment. Ling Bane Muta looking to try and get a catch on all of those Marines. The Medivacs are retreating away. We're going to jump back into the Medivacs. Away we go. Bottom side, we are pushing forward. The Marines able to go after the Overlords. Now going to get the Queen and are going to start on the Evolution Chambers as well. Hatchery also taking some trouble. Big counterattack, right? This is what Ling Bane Muta does the best. I mean, a lot of the time you lose games by not pulling back in these scenarios as the Terran player, but he's getting serious damage done. There is nowhere near enough to start dealing with this over here. And then do you not love right now that 10 new mutas are on the way in the production tab? I think the last thing we need to spend our money right now is replenishing the muta count. We need Lings, we need Banes, we need Army. We need anything that keeps you in the game, and it's just not there. Cham says GG, and Percival takes the 2-1 lead, re-establishing advantage in this best of 5. And we will head to Game 4 with it being a Percival advantage on this one. Alright, in the bottom right-hand side, up 2-1. The blue Terran player here is Percival. As in the top left, our red Zerg is going to be Cham. Alright, extract coming down, a couple of drones coming through. It's going to be seeing the SCV and the barracks coming in, the spawning pool coming up. And we have the hatch gas and pool all coming in. A couple of drones continue to come by. SCV just producing. And we have ourselves the overlords still pushing out onto the map for the moment. Just getting that underway. The barracks will both come into place. We're going to get both those settled straight in over here for now. Cool first from Cham. I wonder if Percival tries to do the same kind of thing again. No, he has gas this time, so he's going to go for Reapers this time at the very least. A pool first though, man. Like, it's going to have potential at the very least. It's definitely going to have potential. Queen, couple lings just coming through, the Reaper and the Orbital coming by, so I'll see where this goes in the next few moments. And we got the lings up, the Queen coming through, the couple of Reapers already on the way here from Percival as well, so we continue to get that moving right off the bat. And yeah, both those Reapers will head their way toward the upper left-hand side of the map in the early stages. Overlord coming through, the Reaper is going to start taking a journey. And we have the SCV coming by as well. So the Reaper heads to the upper left corner. And yeah, a couple of Reapers coming through. Command Center on the way. The SCV in production. Refinery building. A couple lings will get there. And the Reaper is going to drop a grenade down. Turn around, hop up in toward the main base. Circling speed and the drones. And that Rotron still coming through, so we bring a lot of that up. CCing the Reaper coming by. And that Reaper is going to keep on poking about. Lings, ling speed, Rotron then. I mean, Rotron's not too surprising. We went pool first. Can these Reapers identify it? I mean, we'll see how aggressive we get off the Rotron as well. That's definitely a worthwhile question at this point. Is this Queen taking a beating right away? Zerglings need to come and team up with the Queen. Do not lose a Reaper right now. That would be very bad. Well, we're going to lose these Reapers to ling speed, aren't we? And the worst part is I don't think these Reapers have a clue about the Rotron, so you're going to lose your Reapers. Everything got low, and we didn't really kill anything. Man, we killed 4 lings. Look how many lings are low HP. Look at that Queen low HP. And like I say, you have no information on the Rotron either. So Percival is blind right now, and he is in trouble, I think, as the 5 Roaches are on the way up. Is that just how this series is going to go? We're going to see like a cool back and forth macro kind of game, and then we're going to turn it around into like a. Then we're going to turn it around into the cool back and forth macro game, turn it around into the into the freaking Roach, and it just ties up again. It really feels like it. Like this feels like a bit of deja vu, different map, a little bit of a different scenario, but like yeah. Percival wins the long game, Cham cheeses the second game. And like I say, this right now it looks as though it's most likely going to work. As yeah, Ling Roach just gonna come over, and we have a bunker this time. Okay, let's not get too ahead of ourselves. We have a bunker. We have actually, I think we have less Roach Ravage than the last time too. It doesn't look as scary. He's gonna not go after the barracks here initially. He starts on the stem pack straight away. That is repairable though. That gives you a chance to get some SCVs. Marines are stepping into the Ravagers. That's a mistake because then the Lings can show up. Oh, no. We're going to get the bunker full at least, but you're going to have access onto the bunker with the Lings. I'm kind of surprised we back away there, but I guess the wall is open, so you can come back through as necessary. Can we actually keep Stim alive? Oh, it's going to be so difficult. SCVs need to do their repairs. They need to get their full HP, basically, before the Ravagers can bile again, which they do manage. So the SCVs are keeping that Stim going. Medivacs on the way out here, where the Lings are going to start flowing through as well. This time we've got forced back. Stimpack is seconds away from finishing. Doesn't matter, honestly. I don't think it necessarily does. We need to keep this bunker alive now. SCVs, Marines jump out of the bunker. Lings are just a little bit too much right now. The Lings being in front are really problematic. It's just going to be seeing the factory going to lift off. And Rax both taking damage. Tech Lab as well. And the Medivacs pull over to the side. Just going to be seen. GG gets called, and Cham takes game number 4 of this best of 5 series. So I tied up. It really is a bit of deja vu. We're in a StarCraft simulation. It feels like it, right? It feels like it. These two are clearly evenly matched. I would say it feels like Percival's a little bit better. Just Cham is punishing Percival's weaknesses. Alright, well. Looks just like the deja vu continues. We're just going to run some ads for a moment, guys, and then we'll resume. And go from there. Alright, cool. Just while that's on, guys, I'm just going to reply to someone. Quickly. Awesome. I have someone wanting to buy my cards. Very exciting. I got super lucky with my Riftbound pulls. What happened in the last game? Percival went 2 Rex Reaper and he just got roached and he didn't see the roaches coming. Didn't see the roaches coming. Alright, I think we should be able to jump into game 5. Let's do it. Alright, let's party on. Go. In the top right-hand side. Oh, didn't go in game. Let's try that again. In the top right-hand side, we have got ourselves the blue Terran player. He's definitely been the better player in the longer games, but he cannot for the life of him get away with building 2 barracks at the front of his natural. It is Percival. He's just succumbed to that twice now. As in the bottom left, it is going to be the red Terran. Red Zerg. It is Cham. Alright, Chammy. Broaching it up, seeing some success. I don't know if he's going to go for the... The thing is, like, he's being aggressive specifically against the multi-barracks, which I think is fair enough. But I wonder if that's going to be something he goes for again. Here, he went pool first last time. He's going to go hatch first now. I think we're going to maybe see another... I think we're just going to see another normal game. I actually think we're just going to go back to what we saw game 1 and 3 look like. To me, Percival looked better in those games, but I don't think Cham is so far removed that he can't win in those kind of games either, right? Like, yes, was Percival the better player? The way those games played out, 100%. But like I said, I don't think that has to necessarily be the case. Like, I don't think that is like a guarantee and like that's just straight up, that's it, that's how it's going to be. You know, if Cham especially, I mean, Game 3 looked a lot better than Game 1 already. If he just gets a couple of good run-bys in... I mean, you got to remember that Game 3 started with him losing a bunch of drones to the Hellions and the Banshees, so he was behind, he had to delay his mutas. If he played that the way you maybe meant to play it without losing a bunch of drones initially and then kind of going from there, it could have been a very different situation, so... Could have been very, very different. As this hatch comes down, gas in the pool coming up, Reaper Orbital coming in, Center coming by as well. As we just get all of that going, the SCV will head down to the bottom left-hand side and just go scouting in toward the natural for the next few moments. So SCV scouts down, a couple queens and lings coming through, the drones in production. The SCV going to escape back towards the upper right-hand side, and again the Marine, the command center, the SCV, all building through. We have ourselves the beautiful Urza attack in the middle of the map here on Hecate, part of the OSC extended map pool, so this is a map pool that takes the ladder maps and adds 3 that get voted in as well. And Hecate is an old ladder map if you don't remember it. It's actually kind of a fun map, honestly. Kind of a fun map. I actually really like this one. And be sad to see it go again when we kind of lose it from the OSC extended map pool, because I've been enjoying casting it in some of these OSC events. I don't know when the OSC map pool is going to change, but yeah, it's been enjoyable kind of watching it come through, so... We just have our Reaper coming about. The CC's on the way. Factory about to be done. Hatchery in production. The Queen and the drones continue to come through here then for a couple of moments. Just going to be seeing a couple of workers still coming by. Yeah, Reaper just hangs back a little bit. Another barracks going to come in. Link speed coming through. Command center on the way through. Starport as well coming up. Aliens coming by also. As the Reaper just comes over, gets that going, and yeah, heads all the way to the upper side of the map. So Reaper on a little bit of a move right now. The couple queens in that link speed coming in. Aliens and the Reaper just gonna join around that. As you have again link speed coming up, couple queens on the way, add-on lings, add-on drones. Bring that all through for the moment. Well, I'm going to take a second, and once with Hellions out, things get a bit more exciting. We'll see if we can drive by or so. Positioning so far has been pretty reasonable, though, so not letting anything really come of this just yet. As we do have the Queen in position to deal with the Reaper, at the very least. Reaper goes down, so a minor loss. I mean, it's nice to have the grenade and so, but at the end of the day, the Hellions are what do the majority of this work at this stage, so the Reaper is kind of whatever. Not going to be super upset that he's lost the Reaper of all things, so... Banshee, cloaking, coming through, the few Hellions gathering into the center of the map, just going to go across the bridge. Couple more Hellions coming by. Again, the Banshee and the Cloaking all coming up. The Lair and the Rotron coming through as well. Those Hellions still gathering together. Just going to be seeing a couple of group tumors that are obviously potentially in some trouble too. Something else to watch for. Around the left side, we get rid of a creep tumor. So another little grab. We step up. The Queen going to be there to push back as well. Hellions trying to come through once more, as you just see the creep still gathering. The Banshees going to be on their way. They're going to be the next stage of this harassment, looking to add a little extra on throughout the course of this. The Hellions come back through the center, getting all the way over to that right-hand side. As again, we see Stim coming through, Cloak on the way, Engineering Base and the Barracks coming up as well, and a couple of depots on the way through. Marine's going to patrol back and forth. Road Speed coming up. Hellions in the middle of the map. Going to get rid of some of the creep spread here, so we do get rid of some tumors. going to see one on the left side taking a bit of damage as well. Let's just pull back around to the right, and there's going to be these Hellions making the dive by to the bottom. A couple of those drones already starting to drop. The Queen stepping over. The Hellions will continue to make their way across as well. It's just going to step over there for now. 1-1 missile upgrade. Roach should be coming through. The additional drones all continuing to produce right now, as these Queens really do get some good damage off. These Hellions are taking a significant portion of damage so far. Just going to see the drone count continuing to drop down. 12, 13 workers dropping so far, so pretty decent damage. 14 workers killed, very neat. There's the 1-1 upgrades that continue on the engineering base. 1-1 missile and carapace upgrades here. Roach speed building, roaches in production, drones on the way. I mean, I like that we're playing roaches, a different kind of style for the later game. I don't love that we just lose 14 drones, but hey, I do like that there's something different, because maybe the Ling Bane wasn't working and maybe Cham felt like he couldn't make it work. Now he's going to be playing behind on work account from where he should be, though, with roaches, and I always feel like roaches have that kind of need to kind of be just in an okay position, because roaches are not the kind of comeback unit, right? Like, roaches are cheap and cheerful. You can get a lot of them easily. But yeah, you're kind of in this scenario where if like you're behind on drones now, like does a roach hit, does a roach shove really hit hard enough to bring you back in the game when you're missing that economy? Yeah, maybe not, Marines here just going to get a Queen, 2 roaches, 3, and then we're going to lift up as the extra roaches get there. Not a bad trade at all initially. What's up, Moneyman EG, by the way? Thank you so much for the Prime sub, mate. Appreciate it. Hope you're doing great. Thank you for priming us up. The Roach Ravage comes through, +1/+1 upgrades coming by, the Infestation Pit coming in, the Overlord in production also. Combat Shield is halfway by, with the additional Marine Siege Tank and Command Center building as well. The Marine's going to spread out, go after a few Crew Tumors here. Just going to see the couple of Roaches coming down this round. Roach Ravager in general just getting to the center. And the Medivacs boosting back over to the right side. So Medivacs back over to the right, the Roach Ravager still settling down over there as well. Marines continue to join up. And again, yeah, Marine Marauder tank all on the way through currently. Combat Shield is going to finish. We just have this army continuing to step straight across here for the moment. Take down the rocks, open up this area. So again, just knock down this location, open up this space. You do see those rocks going down immediately, and we continue to push down the bottom left side. We feel pretty safe about pushing around right now, I think, as Percival, because you're up against just Roach Ravager. You should be able to kind of deal with this in a pretty reasonable way. You're going to see these Roaches getting through there. First tank's getting jumped on immediately. I didn't mind the idea here from Percival of just shoving, but getting flanked and getting your tanks killed so quickly is obviously a major issue. The tanks are going to be the heart and soul of your defense against Roaches a lot of the time. So when the tanks just get jumped on like that, they do not get all the waves of splash damage across this army that you're typically expecting them to get. That's obviously an issue. That's obviously not what you want to see, as now we have more of these units heading down the bottom. So Bio still gathering. The Medivacs boosting up over this direction. Going to try and unload on this hatchery. The Overseers are going to fly in overhead as well. And this Bio now going to try and jump on this hatch, just trying to outposition and outspeed Cham a little bit. The things definitely feel better for Cham than they did in the previous games. He's going to finish Aspire here with the Hive finishing up, so we're just going to instantly Great Aspire. I mean, that he builds a few Corruptors just to help with the Medivacs already. Yeah, instant Great Aspire. He can still build a few Corruptors already as well then, if you're going to just go with Broodlords. That does seem to be his game plan, so rushing up to the Broodlords. Percival going to try and establish himself a 4th Command Center. He's going to build double CC here. Sorry, he has a 4th CC built floating out already, so he's just going to throw down the extra CCs for the longer macro game, which he obviously feels is where we're going to right now. He's trying to keep the Zerg busy by moving around the map. Sees the Infestors as well, so knows it's getting more dangerous to run around there with the Marines. And yeah, with the extra command centers coming up, he's clearly happy to kind of start playing into a later stage of this game right now. The Medivacs pull back around on the right side. 2 upgrades, +1 vehicle weapons coming through. Marine Marauder Medivac coming by. The SCVs coming through as well. Going to be seeing the army coming back to the top. Ling Roach joining up together there. We've seen the Bio just going to take a stem forward. The Roach Ravager just going to take some pushes back. That Changeling stepping through on the ground, going to get picked off immediately. Now the Roach Ravager Infestor is going to be continuing through as we get in after these SCVs. So we're going to hit this right side very effectively, and we are going to end up pushing it away for a few moments at the very least here. SCVs go down, but it's going to cost you a base on the other side of the map, so this doesn't come freely. if nothing else. Dio's still going to trade. Fungal actually kind of hits in the middle of everything there, so is not as effective as it probably wanted to be. The rest of the Bio still chasing up. The Roach Ravage going to be there. Another Fungal drops down. The Marines will take some more damage. Extractor still taking shots. Another Fungal landing for the Bio Army. The Medivac's boosting backwards, pulling away at the moment. Percival trying to hold his ground, trying to hold his position here. As we see the Broodlord showing up. The Roach Ravager Infester shoving forward. The tank loads up. The Fungal lands on everything. Oh no, the retreat is going wrong. Corrosive Fouls are going to land as well. We have got an army on the bottom side is going to be the issue. Everything of Cham is fighting on the top, and that means this bottom side is a disaster. We lose the hatchery. Going to stim him some one way. Honestly, should stim the rest of them towards the drones. He's busy on eggs because he's probably just busy looking elsewhere more than anything. He missed like 15 drone kills here, and that's maybe not a big issue right now. Well, it's not a big issue if this army shows back up again. Drones going down, the hatchery going down. Hello, Cham. We're a 2-base Zerg player. How did that happen? What a disastrous sequence of events. Throughout this series, Cham has struggled to the left side versus right side fights, and he was doing better here without having fallen super behind earlier. But obviously this is just not good enough right now, as these Vikings get in after the Broodlords. They're going to go straight through for those. We have the Bio pulling back. The Broodlord's going to try and get forward again. I mean, just, yeah, that disaster. Sorry, I said 2-base Zerg. He has a hatch bottom right side, as these drops will get cleaned up. The fact that Broods are on their own across the map is kind of disastrous, but then the Corruptors show up, so they protect them from the Vikings at least, and there is a lack of anti-air right now from Percival. This game's not over yet. The Thors, though, are going to try and do their thing. A couple of Vikings and Thors together. If you get rid of those Broods, the Thors are clear, and then they should just be absolutely fine. SCVs are trying to save the Planetary Fortress with some repairs, but I don't think we've got enough of it going on. We do have other command centers that can move into position, though, and again, as the Thors start to do their thing, the Corruptors should get pushed back. And if those Corruptors get pushed back, this game is not looking good enough, I don't think, for Cham. As there goes those Corruptors. Again, there's the CC lifting off to go become the 4th once more. And we still have units over here currently working on Evo Chambers. They don't have anything upgrading, but I mean, it's been pretty chaotic. The last few moments has been absolutely non-stop, with one player going one way and then Cham trying to go the other. Percival just hitting from both sides. I think we're starting to stabilize, as even this Queen definitely got lost in the action out in the middle of the map, going down dead center. You're going to see some Bio units making their way through the rocks here, so just trying to open up a little bit of this space as well. And yeah, Infester, Ravager, Lings, all coming through. The couple of hatcheries still producing, but yeah, this is truly looking to be more and more of a disaster right now. The Bio army pushing to the bottom left as the Overlords settle down. And this army wants to hit this hatchery on the left-hand side. I mean, Ling's going to run through on the right side. SCVs are going to be dropped. So they're going down immediately here. The couple of Overlords are still falling. That's going to be a major issue as we have the Marines taking out the hatch. And now the Overlord's going down. Percival, Percival, Percival. It's been all Terran in the longer games. Anything past 5 minutes has been all about Percival. And this was another display of... It was, you know what, it's been a different setup, but it was a very similar vibe. He was pushing on 2 sides, he was taking good fights, and Cham has struggled to keep up and keep in the action, quite frankly. He's ended up in some very difficult places, and at this point, this is going to come to a close. GG's! Percival takes it and eliminates Cham. These are all lower bracket games today, guys, so every match is a must-win. So yes, we're a big win for Percival as he stays alive in the competition and is going to keep on moving through the OSC mid-season playoffs. But guys, up next will be Harstem versus Spirit. We'll be getting into that in just a couple of moments. Some things I have to mention. First of all, thank you so much for showing up. Of course, I've got to thank you guys for being here. If you're enjoying the stream, obviously do hit the like and subscribe. If you're on the YouTube, scroll down, give it a click. It takes a couple of moments. It helps us out massively if you do so. If you're on Twitch, obviously you can follow the channel as well. Check out if you've got the Prime subs available and stuff too, but the thing we're going to push a lot this week is the Marvel Strike Force sponsorship we've got going on. Sponsors are one of the best things we have on the stream because it's a great way for us to make a good amount of money without you guys having to pay anything. So all you got to do for Marvel Strike Force is if you go to my link, !Marvel in the Twitch chat, you download it on your phone, you play it for a little bit, bam, money. The more you play, pretty much the more we get out of it. You know, you install the game, we get a couple dollars. You play to level 2, we get a couple more dollars. You play to level 5, you get a couple more dollars. You do your daily objectives a few days in a row, tons of dollars! It keeps adding up, so it's a super efficient way for you guys to support for free. If you download and play for 5 minutes, you're probably going to be giving us the value of a sub. If you get all the way, if you do your daily objectives 5 days in a row, you would actually count as like a 5 gift bomb or something, or maybe even more. Like, that's how effective this deal is. So yeah, it's a great way to support for free if you have the chance to. Check that out. And we will go into Spirit Harstem in just a few moments here, guys. Gonna run some ads so we can get this going. This off and we can get it rolling. Alright, guys, just give us a moment, get that ready to go. Alright, sweet. Just waiting for Spirit Harstem here. Get this ready to go. How long does the sponsorship go for? I think officially on the thing we've got like 8 days, but I actually accidentally activated a few days early, so if we wanted to extend it out a few more days, we could probably do so. But officially like another 8 days or so. Excuse me. So yeah, another 8 days or so. Honestly, I would say that's kind of enough time to promote it anyway. I'll see what streams we've got going on. There are other sponsorships available right now, so if the other one is still available when we get to the end of this one, we probably just run it. I actually like the Star Trek game that the other one's for. I chose to do Marvel Strike Force because we've never done Marvel Strike Force before, so it's probably more effective for us, but I would not be against doing the Star Trek one as well. We could do with money, guys. It's that time of the year. It's that time of the year. There's loads of StarCraft 2 to run. There's loads of tournaments to fund, so if we get sponsors, we're going to take them. Yeah, that's pretty much what's going on, so. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful. Alright. I'm going to go in game in a second. Alrighty, let's jump in game, guys. I might have to tab out. I'm trying to... So I just been selling some cards. Just want to make sure it's going through okay. Just because it's a big purchase. I got super lucky. I got some really pretty cards. And people want to pay a lot of money for them, would you believe? Crazy business. Gotta fund some StarCraft with that as well. Turning trading card RNG into StarCraft. Everything we do is just like a StarCraft creation machine, I feel like. Alright, in the bottom left-hand side. Let's kick off. Let's get into this TVP, as we have in the bottom left, Spirit. This is obviously lower bracket. It is one round further along than the match we just saw. And the winner of this would go up against Cure as well, and we will be seeing that matchup next. So, Spirit in the bottom left. He's been actually really good lately, and has also taken Cure down a couple times lately, so I'd actually kind of love to see that in a best of 5 and see what it looked like. At the same time, how can you not cheer for Harstem, our favorite YouTuber that is inside of this current game of StarCraft? What more could you possibly ask for? Getting a similar coming through, Rax and the Gas coming up as we get settled down just for a few moments. Get this all ready to roll. Alrighty, gateway coming down. Just going to see the Nexus coming through, the barracks and the SCV coming along. Get that barracks going, and we will get this all set up for a couple of moments in the early stages. Just going to be seeing that Reaper Orbital coming through, Nexus Cybercore coming by, and we are going to be having ourselves the Cybercore coming up. The probe generally moving around over in the center as well. So just going to get that going, get that on the way for the moment. Harstem hasn't been streaming much the last couple of weeks. Yeah, well, he was in Canada. If you remember, he was in Canada for the Stellarfest, so he's been around, and I think he's been doing some IRL stuff as well. So yeah, he's been away for that. He's just gonna jump into the assimilator, and so just gonna have our Stalker and that Warp Gate continuing through. The Command SCV and Marine all coming over. Reaper heading to the upper right side as we look into the main base over the next few moments. The Stalker is going to go pinging. The Reaper will take some damage. Again, Twilight Council already building in the main, getting that started. And yeah, the Stalker doing a good job of just pinging away at the Reaper for the next few moments. You've never been a big Harstem fan? That's okay. Not everyone has to be a big fan of everyone, you know? I've never been a big fan of half of the Twitch chat, but, you know, I still interact with you guys and hang out with you all every day. God, Twitch chat is catching some shade today, I swear down. I don't know what's happening. It just keeps coming around. Ay. Crazy. No, I'm sorry, Twitch chat. I didn't mean it. Roasted. This is the second time today as well. Like I said, it's not the first time we've gone off. I haven't even gone off at Twitch chat, but this is the second time today Twitch chat has just caught a little bit of backlash for some reason. Unbelievable. Alien will make its way out through to the center. Just going to see the Blink and the Warp Gate both coming up. So getting that going, the couple gates coming through in the Robo facility as well. So we get all of that coming by for now. Let's just get a lot of that up and rolling. Just have ourselves the Robo facility. Obviously going to be a nice little step to kind of go into the next stage with those Blink Stalkers. I don't really know what to expect in this series. I mean, Spirit lately... I guess I just haven't watched a lot of Harstem lately. I'm used to watching Harstem here and then, like the WardiTV Monday Cup. But like you say, he's not really been around for a few weeks, and I'm trying to think like how much of Harstem I've seen since the patch, and yeah, honestly, quite a lot less than I was seeing beforehand. So yeah, I actually don't know where Harstem is at PvT-wise or what he's up to. Spirit we've obviously seen a fair amount of, so what we expect from him maybe is a little bit more obvious and so on. Let's just see the hallucination heading down to the bottom left. Blink coming up, Stalker and the Observer coming in, a couple probes coming through. Just gonna have ourselves the hallucination still moving to the bottom left corner for the moment. As your opponent is Helen this week? Oh, mate. Good luck, because she's on a rampage. She's ready to... Well, actually, you catch her on a good week, because Taylor's on a bye. Yeah, her team is Taylor and the Dream, so better this week than last for you, I guess. But yeah, Helen's she's feeling it. She's ready to dismantle everyone in her way. All workers down. Good cleanup though, right? That Widow Mine drop gets shut down. 2 probes. The Widow Mine drop getting fully cleaned up. Harstem will like this. You know, that's the minimum amount of damage you want to take. And the medevac is gone, so you're not lingering around. You're not going to have to go back and deal with it a second time further down the line. As the Stalkers do set up to the bottom left. Also, I have double reason to cheer for Helen. Obviously, you know, wife factor, but secondly, I need you to lose so I have any chance of winning the division. So, yeah. We actually play again in a couple of weeks too. If you lost today, if you lost this week or something, or if you went 1-1 the next 2 weeks, that'd be a pretty big match when we played again. So yeah, I've got all the reasons to be hating. Honestly, I'm losing so much faith in my team. Like, my team is... My running back issue is diabolical. Like, my team is decent, but, like, my running backs are just, like... It's miserable out here. Like, it's grim, so... I don't know if this year is meant to be my year, but... I think I'd just be happy if I made playoffs at this point. Stalkers can go back and forth. Bunker is going to be in some troubles. The bio getting some shots off. That's going to be seeing the +1, the thermal lance, and the charge all coming through. We have the Colossus on the way, the couple of batteries building up. We got those probes building by. And yeah, the few Stalkers going to continue to gather together over there. So all the upgrades coming up for the moment. Command center building into place. Have the Raven is obviously going to keep on harassing with those auto turrets, so just expect that to stick around and, you know, come back over every few moments here. As yeah, all of the upgrades continuing in. The Stalker's just going to blink back, and the bio will take a chance to step away from that for the moment. Tank will take a shot. Bio units will be there. Stalkers just going to get pushed away. Just going to see the bio force still back out. Up to the top side of the map, so just going to go moving straight over to the other side. The medevacs just escaping out of there, the rest of the bio coming through. And we'll continue to play the chasing game up into the center for the next few moments. Just continue to push in over here. The little bit of bio going to fight. A couple of zealots going down. Sentry taken out already. Another Widow Mine going to get burrowed. The Stalker's going to be chased over to the left-hand side, and this is bad for Harstem. He just lost a lot. And the tanks are still alive as well, and that's the biggest issue, I think, is that we're going to have siege tanks that can still siege after you've lost so much of the front line. Yeah, 7 Stalkers in a Sentry, never mind the few zealots there, whatever. It's the Stalker count being reduced heavily, which I worry about. Tank's not siege right now. If there's a time for Harstem to go, this might just be it, but he's also up against Widow Mines. He gets rid of the tanks fairly quickly, to be fair. The Guardian Shield active will help as well, and I think that is going to turn out to be a defense. Second Colossus is obviously a big deal in that. As we see the units pulling back over, and a little bit more cleanup being made. Bio down the bottom left-hand side. Ellie can't believe it. Protoss, she says. How do they hold in these scenarios? Oh, I actually have to be up here. I'm the only person in the house. Sorry, guys. 1 sec. Sorry, guys, I forgot I was the only person home. Oh, I'm being careful saying nice things about Helen's fantasy team, and she's not even in the house to overhear me. Let's go, Chris. Let's win. Show her what's what. Oh, yeah, I forgot. She works from home, like, all of the time, but she had to go into work to, like, change her laptop or something, so... it's literally, like, the 2 hours of the year she's out the house because of work. I just hear the doorbell and letting the doorbell ring and yapping on and you're talking about Ellie, and I'm like, shit, no, I gotta go do that. My bad, guys. Sorry, I probably should have paused because this is a replay, so I probably could have just paused it for a second. I didn't have anyone, because it's a replay, I don't have anyone to throw the camera onto either, so apologies. Don't think we missed much here. Looks like Harstem obviously got aggressive, but this isn't looking good. He's going to lose the Prism. He's going to lose the Colossus. Does that just lose you the game? He actually lost a lot of his bio somehow, to be honest. I'm actually surprised how much the bio went down. Looks like the bio was still hurting from a lot of stims, but I mean, you just got your entire army reset. And not the cheap units either. Like, all the Colossus, the Disruptor went down. We're going to rebuild 2 Colossus right now, but I mean, we're on our way to 5 bases. It just feels good for Spirit. Like, that's the kind of fight you love seeing as a Terran. You're going to put the like, worst case scenario from here, 2 minutes down the line, you're up against the same army, and that's good for you, right? The Protoss army that gets more heavily and heavily teched is the last kind of army you want to actually be playing against, so... yeah. Got the wife listening to the stream. Wait, I get in trouble so much when I say something. She's like, I heard what you said. I'm like, no! I mean, most of the time because she's like, 2 rooms away. The rest of the time because she just has the stream on downstairs or something. Like, honestly, I'm never safe. It's okay. I actually don't say naughty things very often, so I keep myself out of trouble for the most part. I'm just going to be seeing the commands, and they're going to float down to the bottom. We will have ourselves the turret going to come through there. The planetary fortress building, SCVs and ghosts on the way. The Wooden at the front gets taken out. The bio will take a chance to turn around and stim at things. Trying to get a little bit more work done. There's a couple stalkers going down. Disruptor shot, kaboom and kabang. That's a marauder going down the drain. More probes have fallen, and Spirit will chase Harstem back to the top side of the map. So, Harstem getting chased out of here for the moment. Spirit pulling back along to the left-hand side. We're going to see the Ghost coming up, +2 attack upgrade. I still feel like Spirit's just been taking good fights, right? Let's look what the efficiency is. 7.2 to 8.2 is actually not that bad. It is absolutely crazy to me when players like... When Protoss players have fights, like some of the fights that Harstem has had here, and I'm just like, how did you not just fall over and die moments later, That'd be wild. Kind of wild. Alright, well, I'm just see our bio units gathering up. The medevacs coming around, +3, +2 on the way over. Stalker Zealot Sentry coming about as well. As we have our 2-2 upgrades and their ship weapons all coming over as well. Medevacs will load and will be denied as the Stalkers get straight on after them. Again, +2 ship weapons, 2-2 upgrades, all coming through. And we have ourselves the +3, +2 upgrades coming alongside all of that as well. Let's drop on the main base. The Prism is going to get in for some value. And a few SCVs begin to go down. Now the rest of the army showing up from Harstem as well. Spirit are going to come from the other side. Okay, the Colossus are going to be exposed with a Disruptor shot. Okay, gets denied. Colossus doing what they can in the short amount of time that they're going to get here. I love that they just go after the SCVs. I mean, this was 26 SCVs. What are we watching? Harstem is just swinging this game back the other direction, no? 26 SCVs going down. Stalkers escaping up to the top. We got ourselves a 3-2, the 2-2 all coming through. Disruptors in the Dark Shrine coming about as well. Have ourselves the army retreating back over from Harstem over that right-hand side. And yeah, just going to see all the rest of this coming back over as well. Well, Harstem is swinging this game back around in his favor. Some of those losses from Spirit just giving Harstem a shot, and I mean, Harstem has the economy. Like, the one thing I was never upset was he was getting to that 5 base, he was getting to that mid-game economy nicely. A couple of snipes as the rest of the army coming over. Fire gonna fly, a couple of results, turning back around, Disruptor shot will fire through. Gonna see another Disruptor shot. Gonna fire once again. Zealot Stalker Disruptor still pushing by. A couple of Zealots gonna get jumped on. Another Disruptor shot coming by again. 18 SCVs going down, so damage being done. The Zealot showing up. The Stalker's gonna be right there. Gonna see the Disruptor still coming by, and we are just gonna see those Stalkers keeping on trading. 18 workers going down thus far. Another Disruptor shot was gonna go once again, and that's gonna be, I think, just the cleanup though from Harstem. I mean, this base is going to go down. He might lose everything here, but he's done serious damage, obviously, and Spirit is still a 4-base Terran. I mean, I guess it's only a 15 army supply difference. You lose a couple more Stalkers, and that gets actually very close, so now it's equal armies. But Harstem's double the work account, which is obviously a pretty big deal in and of itself. See it floats over. Just gonna see the couple Disruptors going through. Again, Marine Marauder Medevac coming over. A couple of SCVs will come by. Prism in the Dark Shrine coming up as well. And this army of Harstem heads to the bottom left-hand corner. Stalkers blink underneath. See the CC taking damage. Zealots coming through. Disruptor coming about. Be seeing the jump now down to this planetary fortress. Just going to get straight down over here. The rest of the bio coming in from the left-hand side. SCVs trying to repair the planetary. Harstem just right-clicking it is giving up a lot of army supply in doing so. You open yourself to the possibility of a counterattack, at least because of this. Like, Harstem's army is not great. The problem is that Spirit's army is also not great. The medevacs are super low energy. Yeah, I mean, Spirit's army really is not great at all, let's be realistic. +3 armor upgrade going through, Marine Marauder medevac all coming over. The rest of these units gathering back up. Prism loads up with a few more units as well. So you can see all of that bio loading into the medevacs here. And I get the feeling that we are very likely going to be seeing a Harstem 1-game lead. Man, this is crazy because I really felt like some of those earlier... I was just going to say GG. I really felt like some of those earlier fights were just so good for Spirit. Did not expect that to end up swinging the other direction in the end. Kind of a little bit crazy. Alright. Yo, thanks so much for Marvel Strike Forcing. Installing it up. Appreciate you. Thank you so very much. I think we got to run ads here, guys. Sorry. Bit of a longer game one. We'll just run ads just to be safe, and we'll go from there. Beautiful. Man, that was honestly kind of a cool game. Kind of swung back the other way when I didn't really expect it to be honest. So, some cool stuff. I'll give it about a minute here, guys, for the ads, just to get the first chunk of them, and we'll just dive in and go from there. Appreciate you all tuning in, hanging out, and enjoying some games of StarCraft 2 with us. Get you all big time. Thank you so much. Yeah, take these cards out because they've sold. While the ads are on. Where are we at? 1 minute 45. 15 seconds, guys, and we can go. 15 seconds. You guys want to see some pretty cardboard? I don't know if it's going to focus. Oh, focused instantly. How about that? Yes, I'm a League of Legender now, guys. I'm genuinely sad to see these cards go. They're so pretty. Sad. Alright, let's watch up. Game number 2. Let's get it going. Let's get started. Get it underway. Alright, in the bottom left-hand side, we're going to start off with the with the orange Terran, who is going to be down a game. It is going to be Spirit. As we head into our second game here in the top right side, the blue Protoss player is Harstem. Game number 2 of the best of 5. I'm a macro Terran and I'm really struggling with the new map pool. Any advice on what to veto to make it more playable? The expansion paths have been brutal. What do you veto as a Terran on this map pool? Mothership is a super big map, actually. So if you don't want to play big... Like, I feel like Mothership's got an okay expansion pattern, but then, like, you're playing a very big map, so that may be an issue. Celestial Enclave. It's kind of nice, because it depends what you... It depends how you play, though, no? Like... It depends how you play, really. Like, it depends, do you like sitting back as a mech guy? Do you like being active as a bio player? Like, it changes a lot of the maps. Some of the more regular maps are like Ruby Rock, for example. White Rabbit, I think, is pretty regular for the early expansion pattern. Gets interesting in the mid-game, but as a Terran, you should like it expanding forward. Yeah. With those cards, will the value ever decrease, assuming you don't bonk them? I don't know. So, these cards literally just came out. So, Riftbound's like the new League of Legends trading card game. And so, the first ever set came out last week. So it really depends. Like, League of Legends is a great IP, right? So maybe they might just go up years from now. They also have a very good chance of just plummeting into the ground. So yeah, I don't know. Like, if the game isn't popular, they'll just plummet. The ones I have right now. So the reason I'm selling them specifically is because when there's going to be like a restock of the first set coming out later this month, so there's going to be a lot more product open, so there'll be more of them on the market. And then B, this card specifically is one of the most expensive in the set because it is the most playable deck right now. It has like 50% of the meta share in tournaments. It's like super broken. It's like the Protoss of StarCraft 2 in the last patch. So, and this card this card specifically cool because you don't actually have to shuffle it and use it in your deck. You just place it down and it just stays there all game. So you can actually have it like sleeved up and like play with it without damaging it. So a lot of people want it to show off and look cool and be fancy and stuff. You know, it's like if a Protoss player had like a commemorative pylon they could just put next to their Nexus. It didn't really work or anything. But yeah, like, or maybe say you could get like a special skin for your first pylon in the game. It's probably not going to die, so it's kind of cool to just show. You know, it's kind of like that. So yeah, it's because of that. Right now, it's very expensive as well. Like, the others of the same rarity are like half the price. So if they do something to make this card less good, it will naturally drop as well. So I'm expecting that over the course of the first set being open more, and also the second set coming out, and maybe the game rebalancing, is that card should lose value in the short term. So if I really wanted one back, I might be able to buy... I reckon I could maybe buy one back in a few months for like half the price. I think long term they will go up though. These are like first edition Charizards if League of Legends card game kicks off. Yeah, kind of. The only difference is that first edition... The thing with first edition in Pokemon... Oh yeah, you got me on a tangent here. The thing with first edition in Pokemon is that the first edition, like the first time it was printed, has a stamp of first edition, and this doesn't have that. So when they reprint this set in this month or in a couple of months to make sure everyone has as much of it as they want, there's going to be more of these cards, and these ones are going to be just the same as those. It's only when the next expansion comes out and they stop printing this set that they'll be the rarer ones. But yeah, so yes, in a way, like they're from the very first set and stuff, but it doesn't quite have that first edition Charizard feel because you can't get the same kind of card. You can't get the same card. It's not like that's it. The market is saturated. Like the cards have been printed. There's not more coming out. Like there will at least be some. You know, if that makes sense. Wouldn't mind drop. Just gonna get a probe. Actually, it's gonna deny quite a bit of mining in Harstem. Gonna lose that. He actually lost a few to this Wood of Mine down here, so you actually lose 4 workers. Kills off a Wood of Mine and a Medevac, because this mine actually gets away. That's twice the worker damage he took last game, so not exactly ideal as these few Stalkers are looking for the chance to dive into the main base. Couple of Marines getting picked away at. So 3-4 Marines already going down. The Auto Turret coming through. SCVs will pull in. The Marine Marauder still coming about, and the Stim coming through as well. And this is a nice little attack so far, right? We're getting a bunch of SCVs here. 5-6 workers going down already. It feels cool as hell as I would have minded to kill 3 workers and scuttle away. It's definitely one of the feelings of all time, because you very rarely get away as a Wood of Mine. It didn't get away, it's still alive, man. It got away. Truly. Where is it? He's right there! He made it all the way home! So sick. Yeah, these Stalkers are very trapped as well, as you can see. They're not having a good time. So we get a bunch of SCVs, but it costs you a good amount of Stalkers. Only 3! Oh my god, the Wood of Mine! He gets another kill! He's gonna run for it! Save yourself! Yes! Hero Mine! Let's go! What a hero. Came all the way home and killed a Stalker. No! Don't do it! No! Spirit! That was your hero mine! You have no idea. I don't think Spirit realized what that mine did for him, to be honest. Rip. Never forget Hero Mine, Ancient Sister in 2025. Wardy always gets taken off track. Well, yeah, because I'm a streamer, right? Like, I'm interacting with the chat and answering chat things, you know? So I'm like, you know, yeah, I get... The problem is that I feel like I interact with chat, but then I'm very happy to talk about what chat's talking about, and I just keep talking. So, yeah. My bad. It's weird being a streamer who's not meant to really interact with chat, because it's like, no, you're meant to talk about the video game, talk about the StarCraft. Like, I don't really... And the worst part is that no one ever comes up with interesting things between the games. People always say the interesting things during the games. Well, that's not true. Usually what happens if they say something between the games is I talk about it for so long it goes into the game as well. But, yeah. No complaints, you enjoy. Yeah, I know, I just... It is still a funny concept to me, though, where it's like... I do a really good job of talking to chat, but I'm one of the few streamers out there who maybe could do with not being, you know, talking to chat. It's a weird life I live. It's already a weird life I live, and I kind of live one of the weirder versions of this life, is that Sentry is going to go down, gets killed off by the Stalkers. And that's actually a pretty good... sorry, Sentry gets killed off by the Marines. The Stalkers do clean up the rest of the drop, though, so Sentry for the full drop. Don't think Harstem's too upset about that, as the Nexus of the 4th base gets into position here, gets ready to drop into place for the next few moments as well. Just going to plop that down and see where we can go. The attack and the concussive shells coming online as well right now, so bringing that up too for a couple of moments. And yeah, waiting to see where we're taking this one. Storm on the way, Immortal being added. Just going to have the concussive shells and the +1 coming by as well. The bio moving out, and a few SCVs just going to come over for the moment, heading over to the sides. So there we go over there. Prism, armor, storm coming through. +1 attack upgrade coming on the engineering bay as well. Widowmine's Marine Marauder medevac coming up also. And we just have the observer chilling out overhead. The command center going to be morphing into the orbital. And yeah, we get the Widowmines spreading, burrowing, and getting set up in general. For the moment, our 4th Nexus is coming down over on the top side as well. It's true what I said about the naming feature being there. Yeah, you know, I was literally thinking this. I didn't say it out loud, but I was literally thinking this. I was like, this would be the perfect moment to name that Widowmine. And then I would have literally been typing out his name, and he would disappear. And I'm like, wait, where'd he go? And I wouldn't have realized he was getting killed by Stalkers, because I'd probably be looking at chat to try and find his name and look at the fights. It's a very good thing it doesn't exist, because it would just be an even more distraction for me. You are not wrong in that regard, for sure. Correct assessment of the situation. Guardian Shield gonna pop. Bio gonna stim. Widowmines get burrowed. The Zealots come charging through. Those Widowmines are very nice. They do a lot straight away. That Storm's not going to do anything. It stops the Terran maybe pulling upwards, but I have no idea why Spirit would have wanted to move up in that direction anyway. Get the few Zealots coming over again. The Immortal and company coming up. +2, +1 coming in. And the army of Harstem continues to head over to that left-hand side. Bio all coming around. The Zealot in production still moving around to the bottom as well. Bio just going to get there, clean that Zealot out, pick that off. Just going to be seeing the rest of this army still gathering about here. A little scan. Observer does not go down. We are going to get the Prism, though. So the Prism will fall instead as now we continue to go. Our units coming through. We get rid of the Zealots once more. Storm on the ramp, and those few Marines take a bunch more damage again. The Bio still trading, fighting, and doing their thing. The rest of the Bio will be there. A couple of Zealots still coming through. And yeah, the +2 attack, Prism and the Stalkers coming about. The extra gates coming over. The Bio still joining. Blink in. Widowmine gets killed off immediately. Zealots continue down to the bottom. The rest of this Bio army just moving up north and looking to head into that upper right-hand side. It's going to be the Nexus right there. We can maybe get toward another Storm coming down. Bio still looking to try and trade as the rest of this army collects together. That goes as we do have the EMP coming down. High Templar going to get hit. Bio stimming through. The Prism going to go down. It's a nice Storm. It hits in the center of the Marines as well, so it really is one of the better places that Storm could have been. Harstem steps through it, though, and look at this now, chasing down this Terran army. The medevac's getting hunted, the bio running. Fuzel's going to flank into the other side. We've got a command center over here that's going to be free pickings once we're done. He's trying to float that just as far away as he can. Maybe he can get over there and keep it alive. Maybe the Stalkers won't kill it in time. Half HP. Obviously, losing your 4th base would be pretty terrible. Spirit is going to try and step forward. I think that base is going to die because the rest of this fight is going to happen. No, it actually is going to live, but I don't think it's repairable, and I would imagine it's burning. It is burning, so I think Harstem's going to have enough anyway. Here on Ancient System, Harstem looking to be 2-0 against Spirit. What a way to start things off. Wow, Harstem is having a crazy good time. Yeah, that's just going to burn down unless we do something about it, which isn't impossible, but you've kind of got other things on your mind, such as, hey, I'm dying over here, and figuring out how to type out GG as well, apparently, and that is going to be exactly that, GG. And we go Harstem 2-0 to start us off in this best of 5 series, guys. Hope you're all having a great time and a good day so far. Once more, just a quick little reminder, if you got a second, do consider liking and subscribing on the YouTube channel. Even if you're on Twitch and you got a couple of moments to hop onto YouTube and just give it a like. I know it's asking a lot, but it does help so much when those interactions go through. And stuff like that. I mean, just in general, guys, we're doing everything we can to try and keep money pumping and keep StarCraft going. Doing our best to get money from sponsors and ads and stuff. So anything to help bring more people to watching the stream goes a long way. As you might have noticed, but we're pretty all in still on StarCraft 2. We're not going anywhere, so the more that you help us out with sticking around, the more I appreciate it, because I just want to run more StarCraft tournaments, would you believe? Would you believe? Yes, I'm a StarCraft fan. I just went to push myself up off my chair, my hand just slipped off my armrest, and it just punched the desk. And that enthusiastic about StarCraft, I just had to punch something in excitement, is what it comes down to. That really was a beautiful moment. I'm sure you guys enjoyed watching that one. What's up, Delthus? 3 watch streak. Love to see it. Thank you so much. As in the bottom left-hand corner, the orange Terran player is going to be Spirit. Down 0-2 in this best of 5. What has happened? Reverse sweep time? Question mark. Starting off on Persephone, his Harstem is a map away. 3 chances to close this series out. Would definitely be an upset. Spirit has been playing very well lately. I've actually really been enjoying Spirit's games, so I'd be a little bit shocked to see the guy drop down, to be honest. Crazy business. Crazy business. Alright, probe coming about and get settled down. Take a few moments as we have the gate and the assimilator coming through. Get ready to rumble for a moment here. Alright, next going through, let's just get ourselves the Cybercore coming in, Reaper, SCV, and the Command Center coming online, and the probe heading down to the bottom side of the map for the moment. So heading straight down over there, Command Center will settle. And we just have the Reaper gonna poke along, gonna get the probe. Nice little grab. Always nice to get a probe early, as the Reaper will continue onto the map and see what else is going on over here, so a chance to get across the other side, get a little bit of scouting down. And Harstem keep up this advantage right here. 2-0 in the lead for the moment. Beautiful stuff. Beautiful stuff. Ripper will check a bounce. Going to have again the Warp Gate, the Stalker on the way through, the Twilight Council in production already. Yeah, nothing super crazy about that. Expecting Harstem to probably stick to what's working, which is Blink. We've seen a few Pros players toying with the Stargate play lately in the Phoenix. It's definitely kind of more in the meta than it was, but it's definitely still a low percentage of the builds that you see out of Protoss players. But it is there, so maybe in a best of 5 Harstem switches it up one time. if he gets the chance to. But honestly, so far, this game's just been working, or these series have been working in his favor as he's been doing what he's doing. Admittedly, I didn't love the way that Game 1 started out for him, but turned it around, so... I mean, why change away from what's been working so far? As that gate comes up, the couple of probes coming through, the warp gate is on the way, and we just get that building as the Widow Mine comes in, the orbital coming by, starport is going to be produced in the next few moments. A couple of the Marines and the SCVs coming over, as a little grenade goes down and pop the Stalker to the side as well. That Reaper pulling back, there is the couple of gates still coming through too, so just continue to get that going. And the blink on the way through. The Reaper up to the top, and we are just going to be seeing our, couple of barracks coming by as well. The depot and the tech lab on the way in. The medevac just going to get there to lift up those couple of mines and go. And that barracks is about to drop down onto the tech lab, I'd imagine. I imagine we just want to start stim or something, but, I mean, why else would you be flowing the barracks here if you weren't going to put the barracks in the tech lab? Yeah. Good point, Wardy. Good point, well made. We'll follow the Widow Mine drop in to the top of the map. Apparently I didn't click at it, so it's going to be hard to follow if you had misclicked, but get back on that, fix it up. The medevac is going straight toward this main base, looking to get into this mineral line, looking for some damage here as a couple of the workers will pull. One probe will not be fired upon because Spirit says he'd rather deny mining time. He's going to let it shoot now. Second Widow Mine into the natural. Hopefully isn't disastrous for Harstem, and looks like it's well dealt with. He is going to keep a Widow Mine alive this time, which is obviously quite decent. The medevac just sitting in the top. Again, Lib, Marines, the stim continue through. The extra Stalkers warping in there as we go as well, so just bringing that all online. An extra Stalker warping up. And where do we go from here? 66 supply apiece. 40 workers to the 38. 24 to the 25. Stalkers actually do jump into the main. You'll see a few Marines are going to be there trying to fight against those Stalkers. SCV's pulling over. And Harstem looks to try and get some damage done. He has the micro to get away here. Has the blink out. That's a massive SCV pull, by the way, just to protect you from this. So, big SCV pull. And as you see this Widow Mine going off for another couple of workers right there. Just again, still adding some damage, and now the Liberator is going to add some more of that damage too. It's going to be 6-7 workers killed. Harstem suddenly bleeding. Just didn't get the... I mean, he could have just gotten away with the workers much sooner, and that would have been everything we needed. As the Stalkers will get that Liberator down, that will get cleaned out. Bunker at the front will fire, and the Prism just going to sit overhead. A couple more Stalkers coming through. Stimpack and Combat Shield. Still on the way up. Just going to be seeing a couple of units taking some damage. Marauder goes down. The bunker now in trouble. Those SCVs taking damage. The Marines taking hits. Step back once again. Another SCV falling. A little bit of a dangerous fight. The Prism's actually in trouble. It didn't unsiege initially. Dies with units inside as well. And Harstem just says GG right there. He's still losing probes on the other side also. He's just seemingly had enough of this one. And he's going to give Spirit one map back pretty quickly here on Persephone. 6 minutes is all Spirit needed to get that in his favor. Alright, we're going to go to Torches, it seems like, next, but I think we're probably going to have to run ads, guys, just in case it goes long. I would rather be safe than sorry. Has been a couple of maps, though, so we're doing okay on the typical ad rule. Couple maps, throw some ads on. We'll just take a minute or so, and we'll hop on in and get this rolling, guys. Thank you for joining us. Appreciate y'all. Do. Do, 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 do. Alright, let's do it, guys. Let's jump into game number 4. As Harstem loses one, and Spirit steps back into the series to give us a little bit of fight in this lower bracket matchup. Winner of this will move on to play Cure in the next match as well, and that will be the next match we cast today. So we'll see what we get. Right now, looking like more PvT, and there would be PvT the rest of the way today. But, I mean, I think to be fair, it's not crazy to count this. You know, I think you would be crazy if you did count this guy out in the top right. Orange Terran Spirit is good enough here to absolutely swing this around the other direction. Let's see if he can do so. As we have him in the top right, in the orange, as mentioned, and in the bottom right, our blue Protoss player here is Harstem. Max coming down, SCV on the way, adding on a gateway and a probe. Just to begin with, adding on that assimilator as well, so getting that straight into place as we get started for the moment. So, get all of that going. Gateway and the assimilator coming by, the probe coming up, and the SCV, the barracks, the refinery coming through as well. As we get settled in these early stages, again, that barracks coming through at the front there, the gateway and the assimilator building by. Just take a few moments to get everything rolling for now. Probe comes to the low ground. Gonna go and settle and patrol a little bit even. Taking position and throwing down the Nexus as well. Just gonna get that in place immediately. Yeah, CV gonna patrol on the natural and drop down a command center. Nothing weird. I mean, it is torches, so there is always that potential of, like, not so much. It doesn't usually happen in TVP, but it's happened before where, you know, a fast gold base comes down, or just the weirdness of the map kind of elicits some sort of proxy play or so as well. Like I say, it's not super common, but it absolutely is a factor that does come around fairly frequently, so I think it's a fair thing to think on. As that Reaper comes back through, Cybercore Nexus building up the Stalker and the Warp Gate on the way in. Command Center and Reactor building through as the SCV also produces, and the Reaper heads straight down the bottom side here up into the natural and gets ready to go, poking about for a few moments. Reaper comes up to the high ground as well. Probe and the Stalker continue to chrono boost. And the Stalker pops out. Reaper will take some damage. Twilight Council is very close to being done. And Nexus finishing up, the Warp Gate on the way. Stalker also in production. And yeah, for now the Reaper just sits out into the center of the map. Couple of command centers coming through at the moment, so main CC on the natural, CC on the main, and be triple CC in total. So greedier build here from Spirit, looking to really kind of pump the economy in the early stages. The barracks going down, and the Reaper goes to the bottom left-hand side and to the bottom, and then we see a gateway coming through. So gateway will get placed, Warp Gate halfway done for the moment. Stalker eats a bop. Reaper pulls out of there. Still got the blink coming by from Harstem. That's going to get chrono boosted as well. And this is going to be seeing the again, Reaper coming about. Marines in the barracks all coming in. See that command center finishing very, very shortly. Get that all rolling through. Drop a pylon onto the bottom side. And again, the robo facility is coming up at the moment, so bringing that straight through. The gateway a part of this. The blink is producing. Just have that warp gate about to complete. Still got the Reaper currently just back down the left-hand side as well, moving over for the moment. Robo facility will finish very soon. Still got our probes Our Stalkers are Blink building. The couple Stalkers there are going to go after the Reaper, and the probe will go down. Stalkers do get the Reaper in the end, though. Stimpack and the Marines building up, the factory on the way. Engineering Bay going to be a part of this as well. And the Tech Lab building on the barracks. Just going to get that through. And a few Marines at the front will gather up. And drop the depot down. So yeah, Blink on the way. Observer coming through. The Nexus will just build on the third base. Just going to get that straight in position. The pylon sat on that side. We have the Hallucination. Going to take a journey to the upper side of the map. So Hallucination moving, Stimpack and Combat Shield all building. Again, our Starport will build the turret on the way. Had a couple of refineries on as well. Start to look pretty okay right now. A few mules continue. The Marines are going to be there as well, just to push the Hallucination back. And our Nexus will be finishing soon too. Templar Archives as an addition. Harstem will start to move out. Again, it's just the Blink Stalker timing. He's going to go High Templars behind us. The Templar Archive is going to be the investment right now. He's actually going to knock down these rocks and give himself the chance to play around the right side of the map as well. So, creating a little bit of a space for himself over there. You see the SCV stepping forward. He will jump toward the gold mineral line. He's starting to mine here because he actually wants to get the third base in this position. And third may have to pull back a few moments when these Stalkers show up. Unless we make the space and then the bio can come through, in which case it's fine. And now the Stalkers just take a couple of free grabs on those SCVs. And Orbital will not be able to land for the moment, like I say. Just has to turn away and give it a little bit of space and a little bit of time. Orbital taking some shots. The Observer pulls to the side. Seeing the charge and the storm continue to come through, adding on the additional gateways as well. So a lot of that coming through at the moment as we just see those Stalkers still gathered and still looking for the chance to move across a little bit right there. Again, concussive shells, +1 attack upgrade coming through as well. Again, Marine Marauder tank still building. SCV's producing, reactor on the way for the moment. Bio takes a stim down, goes after those Stalkers, wants to get there with them. Just going to see the... Again, +1 coming through. Marine Marauder coming about. The tank on the way. Adding on the medevacs also. Still just seeing a nice little scan just to get rid of any nearby observer. There was not one there though, so... In the end, it has this low ground location and is going to play to defend this instead. Harstem just has to get away for now. It's a lot of bio at the moment. I mean, this was triple CC, so we're getting to the point now where we're kind of powered up as Spirit, and Harstem taking a turn to fight. A couple of shots ends up him losing another Stalker, so... Not really doing great there. Lost about 3 Stalkers just retreating. And didn't gain anything from poking forward either. So, not ideal. It's going to be very reliant on the Storms here defensively in the next few moments. Otherwise, this is really going to just really tumble out of his control. Spirit is definitely holding a good amount of control on this map right now, honestly. So, Spirit in a pretty comfortable place. We have the bio recollecting, regathering back into the center again. Like I say, maybe a push down the bottom. Maybe we still send this. We probably do go as Spirit. Like I say, it's going to be down to these Storms in a big way from Harstem to see if he can hold on or not comfortably. One Storm going down. A couple of Zards charging through. High Templars. I mean, I see like 4 Storms and I see none of them really where they need to be. Which unfortunately is just the situation now, which means that then you're just going to get overwhelmed. This was such an open space to defend in with Storm. It's kind of an awkward map because if you pull back over here, you've got to defend 2 different ramps. But just being over here was such an open area, so Spirit has no issue finding the Storm dodges and finding the way to just shove on forward anyway. And that becomes a very quick and easy way to just claim Game 4 and move us to Game 5. And just like that, we're all tied up and heading into a deciding ace map, which will be played on Pylon. Like I say, just a little bit unfortunate, I think, more than anything, because I think if Harstem had pulled back a little, it would look better at least if he did try and defend the 2 ramps, but then you are giving the Terran more space, and maybe you don't want to let them get set up. Obviously, fighting out in the open clearly was not it, in hindsight. So, things to think on for future games. As we have in the top left-hand side, the orange Terran player here in the lower bracket of the OSC mid-season playoffs. We are going to have Spirit in the bottom left corner, taking on the bottom right blue Protoss. It's Harstem. Checking out where we're going to go and what we're going to do with this over the next few moments as the gateway comes down. The probe is on the way through. Brax, SCV, building for now. Getting set up and going. Brax and the gas coming in. SCV. Going to be finishing in a moment. Gate and the assimilator coming online as well. So just all of that coming through. Probes in production. Getting set and rolling out. Just for now. Chilling. We are chilling. Pressure's on Harstem now. Hope he can pull through with the win. And yeah, he was 2-0 up. It's got to feel bad as well. The first couple of games, hard fought. And game 3 and 4, you just let the game kind of slip through your fingertips. You know, very, very quickly, very early on. So, needs to kind of get solidified in this early game. But that's scary when you had your better games at the start of the series and now you suddenly are struggling. It's like I said, it's frustrating because in your head you're like, well, it was going so well and you know, I try to do more of the same, but it's him that's changed. Like, it's Spirit that's playing better early to get there and get the damage done. So, see if Harstem can figure it out. Cybercore coming up. Next is going to be a part of this. Probe still producing, adding on a pylon and the assimilator as well. Just see the factory coming through on the main base. So that factory will start. Command center coming up on the natural. Get that rolling. And we just have the reactor still building through. Nexus is going to finish very shortly. Probe, Stalker, and the warp gate coming up as well. Twilight Council is going to be finishing real soon, so we get that Twilight Council completed. The Nexus is going to come in. That finished up as well. Hellion producing through on the factory, so again, some little bits and pieces there. Hellion and Marines on the way. Starport being added on. Command Center still coming up on the low ground, so we get that going through. Again, the Twilight Council on the way through. The probes and the Stalker producing as well. That warp gate is still about halfway done for the moment. Hellion moves out and begin to move over toward the bottom side of the map, so a little bit of a journey down as we do have the Marines, the Widow Mine, the Medevac coming up. The Orbital Command is on the way in. Hellion gets toward the natural here in the next few moments, and we'll see what is going to happen. Blink halfway done, get those 2 gateways coming up, the robotics facility on the way down as well, so that will start immediately. 5 games, pretty much the same thing every time from Harstem. I mean, like I say, it really worked well for him fine in games 1 and 2, so I didn't hate him switching it up. I still don't really hate him not switching it up right now. I think it's still fine to see just all of the same that's being, you know, clearly what he's comfortable with. He doesn't want to get anything cheeky going, so just trying to get into those similar kind of comfortable positions. The extra barracks already coming through from Spirit on the other side of the map as we will have the Widow Mine drop. Single mine this time. Into the front. Just denied but not killed, so low enough HP it probably just goes home. Not worth lingering when you're out. It's worth lingering if you're low HP and you're, you know, low HP and you're kind of trapped in the corner, then you may as well threaten, right? But at the end of the day, like, this medevac can go home. It can get repaired. You could even bring the Widow Mine drop back onto the map, just, you know, with a higher HP medevac if you want to. I don't imagine he will. I think he just probably prefer to keep the medevac alive and part of the army now. You can already see the Widow Mine has gone elsewhere. Harstem a little afraid of moving out with the rest of his Stalkers, moving a bit to the left, taking the third. One Stalker at the front, kind of just scouting around, but you know, he's taking vision, but he's not taking control. You know, a lot of the time Protoss players right here would be stood right here, poking the Terran player, getting some shots if they start to move forward, ready to trade with this army ASAP if the opportunity arises. Harstem, like I say, just taking map control by taking the Watchtower and so, but not really doing too much else otherwise, as the Zealots and the Charge coming up. Probably in the Nexus and the Forge coming through there as well. You just see the Marines and the tank stepping forward. The medevac going to be right there also, just for the moment, taking a few moments as well. Well, now, hallucination goes down. The SCVs have been pulled. Wow, so we're just pulling the boys. Did Harstem miss the boy pull? I'm not sure, because his vision at the top is that soft. Okay, he sees the units here. He's building a singular battery. I'm not sure if one battery is necessarily going to do it. Force fields would be nice to have, but the sentry is low energy, so unable to really get involved. A few stalkers blink off to the side. I'm not sure if their goal is reinforcements or what. This Harstem needs to be very careful about what he decides to do right here. That is not it. No, we're not even going to get to see an attempted defense, because that just... You can't just give up 10 plus supply of units for free wandering over. This was right. This part, denying reinforcements and trying to make that difficult, was correct. This was a misclick and just a disaster. Wow. Sad, because it's a good push from Spirit. I would have liked to see how Harstem had been able to handle it, or at least try to handle it if he had at least the proper attempt. He just didn't even really get to the point of having a proper attempt, unfortunately. GG's. GG's. Alrighty, guys. Up next is going to be the winner of that series then, so it's Spirit that advances, which means that we're going to get Spirit versus Cure on the way in just a couple. I'm going to take a couple minutes of BRB. When we come back, Spirit Cure TVT, and then Cristiana Percival PVT. We're halfway through our games today. We'll be back with more, like I say, on the other side of this quick little break. Thank you so much for watching WardiTV and the OSC mid-season playoffs. Hello, and welcome back, guys. We're going to get diving into this TVT. You just needed a moment or so to step away, but we are back, ready to rumble. More StarCraft 2 is on your screens in about 10 seconds' time. It's the next match of this lower bracket. Cure versus Spirit. At this point, we are top 1, 2, 3, 4, so top 6 in the competition. Win this and you're top 4. So a big game right here. Let's see what it looks like as we have in the top left-hand corner. The Red Terran player entering this best of 5 with a couple of wins against his opponent recently, which I think a lot of people might be surprised by if not been following some recent Wardy Cups and so on. It is Spirit in the top left side, and he has bested Cure the last 2 times he played him in a WardiTV event at the very least. Cure being the blue Terran bottom right. I'm not sure if they've played more than that necessarily. I guess I could probably go check. I guess I will do that in one moment. Let's do that right now, in fact, because I'm interested all of a sudden. I've gotten myself intrigued. Spirit. Pure. A wonderful Aligulac, making it super easy to check these things. Yeah, last 2 times they met. Spirit 2-0, Spirit 2-1. WardiTV October, WardiTV TLMC. Cure did win the 1 time before that, but that was back in April, so they're only meeting in the last half a year. Well, only 2 meetings have both been Spirit favored. So that's definitely, I think, a shocker, right? I think that's fair to say that that is not the expected outcome thus far. And, yeah, I mean, how have those games gone? There have been some longer games. There have also just been some well-executed early games as well. Yeah, I'm excited to see this best of 5 because of that. Can Cure figure out Spirit, or is Spirit going to continue to control a matchup, which is just a fairly unusual one for him to be controlling? I suppose it's a fair way of saying it. Holbert and the Reaper coming through on both sides. Command Center dropping into that natural as well. So we get that set up. The SCV drops that Command Center down right now. Getting that underway. Orbital's coming through. Reaper's in production. We just get all of this on the way here. SCV's going through. CC's building up. Reaper will gather on the front of the natural. It is obviously unusual for Reapers to go across the map, and this being mirrored build orders is pretty nice because it means we're going to get a fair chance at seeing just a regular bit of TVT to start us off. And Maganatha for the opening game as well. Bigger map, definitely one where we could maybe see a longer game on as well, so I'd be surprised if we didn't, in a best of 5, see one longer game between these guys, you know, like a 20-minute, something where they both just kind of get through the early and mid stages, they get to those kind of later game armies, and it just becomes very difficult to kind of really win the game. Defense matters so much in this matchup a lot of the time, so I'd be surprised if we didn't see at least one game go in that direction. Honestly, we could see a full series that looked like that. The question is going to be, are these guys good enough to, you know, is one guy feeling better than the other to maybe kind of get the advantage early to the point where they can just end it with some of the very decided pushes? We might even see some kind of double starport aggression as well down the line. I feel like there's a lot of different possibilities as to what may happen. Reaper Marine and the Hellion join up together, so they're just going to get settled in and get ready to go. Starports in production. Maybe at pretty much the same time still. Third gas comes down. I imagine, yeah, tech lab on each starport. Looks like we're on the way to the Raven. It's completely mirrored so far. That is dangerous, because if it starts to go wrong for one guy out of nowhere, then because you're mirrored, the other guy's then naturally just going to be in a better place. So that's maybe a little scary. But you already have the tech lab on the factory there as well, so that's going to be a Cyclone build a bit sooner. A little bit of a difference then. We do have 2 Hellions instead of the 1 Hellion. So Spirit builds 1 extra Hellion. If he's going to sit back and be defensive, that Hellion's a bit of a waste. It doesn't, you know, play as well into the later stages of the game, so yeah, going to be down the Cyclone. He's going to go Cyclone himself. So yeah, he's down about a factory unit, actually, because like I say, the longer this goes, the less impactful 1 extra Hellion is going to be. I can't really imagine a world in which that Hellion has too much of a role to play. Meanwhile, Cure is already on his way to a siege tank now, while Spirit plays catch-up on the Cyclone build, so yeah, going from there, there's that Raven on both sides. The Marine's coming up. And we'll see if Cure can take advantage of the fact he's going to have the earlier tank. The problem is, going across the map, by the time you get across your map, your opponent might have a tank up themselves, in which case it undoes the little bit of an advantage that we're already talking about here. So that's a possibility for the way that things might unfold as well. Definitely some potential as the Marines and the tank together. Like I say, Ravens and the Matrix coming through, tanks and the Marines all coming online. Just having ourselves the Starport building in the back from Cure. So I mentioned we might see some double Starport aggression. Cure is going to do exactly that, and that is the diversity of this TVT now, because it was mirrored up until this point, apart from that Cyclone, like I was saying. And now we see double Starport from Cure, so a committed 2-base attack versus the triple command center from Spirit. So for Spirit, this is about figuring it out, getting in position to defend this, and just buying yourself time for that economy to be good, and to help you out, and to give yourself a chance to fight against what is going to be a real ton of air units on the side of Kua. So actually going to see these units moving forward a little bit here. I guess the Cyclone lock on to the Raven, which does about half damage. Doesn't kill it, but hey, nice to have it half HP. Maybe a bit of an easier target later on if you get another chance to try and snipe it down. Third Raven finishing from Spirit, whereas Q has gone straight to Viking production because that is the whole point of the second starport. Take Viking control. Eventually, long term, you could maybe add a Liberator on. That would be very difficult to remove. But for now, you're just going to fully focus on Viking production and ensure you have that air army advantage in this TVT. If you can take the air army advantage, you're typically going to put yourself into a very good position. As the Cyclone comes across, gets a kill. And the Cyclone's kind of looking at each other and trading a little bit. Viking tank going through. The Stimpack's still about halfway done. We are going to see this Hellion here already. Going to get picked off, so that Hellion will go down. As you can see, the couple of tanks will siege. The bunker at the front is going to be in trouble. It's going to start getting hit. It's going to be taken out in the near future as those tanks continue to put some work in. So again, good job of that. Bunker taking a few more shots. And the Vikings overhead, the Ravens nearby. Those tanks still firing away, and again, the bunker taking some damage. Those tanks will just hit, and that bunker will go down. There he goes. So the bunker falls. And good start from Kura as he breaks down some of the defenses here from Spirit. Spirit is very close to having Stim, mind you, and that's going to be a big deal. If you can break out of this with Stim, that would be massive. We'll see if that would be a possibility for him, as now his SCV's in the natural under fire, so he can't really wait around forever. When you're not mining off half this natural, Kura starts to build his third base on location as well, so you're kind of in a go very soon scenario here with Spirit, which is rough because you're down a lot of army supply. Like I say, your advantage really is having the Stim pack. If you pull the SCVs, then he's not even that far ahead on SCVs. He's actually behind on workers already. So Kira is actually in a great position because even if you pull SCVs into Defender Spirit, that's immediately going to put you behind as, oh, it looks like the Unsiege is to push on in. I'm not going to say I love it. He does get some Matrixes on the tanks, though. And hey, Matrixes on the tanks means these Marines can do okay with their Stim pack, but it's just not the numbers that we need. So it's a numbers game in the end, and it is going to mean that Kua is going to win out this game one as he pushes through into the natural expansion now. And this game here on Maganatha is coming to a pretty solid close. A lot more SCVs going down. GG says Spirit, and Kua takes game one of the series. So Kua starts off this best of 5 in all the right ways. Bit of aggression, bit of feistiness. They obviously opened kind of mirrored for a few moments, and then Kua just decided, hey, I'm going to be the aggressor. And it worked absolute wonders for him in game number 1, with game 2 on the, not even the horizon, it's actually already in front of you. You guys just don't see it yet. It's just on the loading screen. Let's go into game 2 on Ultra Love. I don't know why, I always feel like Ultra Love is a retro map. Like, every time I come onto it, I'm like, man, this is still in the map pool, question mark? I guess it has been around a while, but I don't know why I'm just so surprised every time it shows up. I'm like, yeah, you still exist. I think lately people have just not been picking it, and obviously it's not been in some of the map pools that we've been using for Wardy events, for example. It's one of the maps we got rid of, so it just makes sense. Game number 2. Barracks on both sides, refineries coming up, we get that going. SCVs in production, we'll get this all started. Just gonna see how our barracks coming through over on this bottom side, just gonna get that rolling. Full racks coming in on both sides, refinery coming up, SCVs on the way. So far, so good. Early game, so we're not expecting much, but obviously with the second barracks proxy, there is going to be a little bit of action early on, so we can kind of get our focus shifted over there. Next in the SCV. Finishing, Reaper's on the way. No scout from Kua, so he's blind, you know, he's completely blind as he can be. There is this kind of build from Spirit's always very fun in my eyes because it's not super committed. It's not like 2 Rex proxy, gotta get it done right now. But it's also not in the same way. It's also not a scenario where it's like, oh, like, you know, it does nothing. Like, it actually has a really good chance of doing something, especially if this first Reaper gets caught and is out of position. You see that Reaper moving across from Q, so if he moves out, if that Reaper gets killed, and then there's potentially that Reaper advantage from Spirit, that's where things really can start to get out of control very, very quickly. Reaper moves to the top. Command Center will drop down from Q in the natural. It's going to get that put in place already as the Reaper comes back around, and the couple of Reapers continue through. SCVs on the way. 2 Reapers in this SCV moving up into the natural here. Going to go in after the SCV, and now into the main base as the Reaper gets chase away. Bullet grenade going down. Just going to be seeing the factory coming up. The Hellion on the way through as well. I'm just going to be seeing the bunker on the low ground even to try and play denial on that command center. That would be fun if we get the bunker up. Reapers and the Hellion joining. Time to move forward. A little grenade going down. We do want to deny this bunker from coming online, I'd imagine. If we don't get rid of that, it's a little frustrating. It's actually going to come up, though, as we lose this fight as Kira initially gets the high ground here so we can get rid of the Hellion. Bunker will finish. There's not going to be a lot to put in, but we're still building Reapers, to be fair. SCV should jump in the bunker as well, keep itself alive for the moment. Now we just need to get the other Reaper back into this bunker. And another Reapers may struggle to get in too. If we buy enough time, this command center is going to finish anyway, and this bunker's not going to end up doing anything. This Reaper... I think we should send it, man. Join these Reapers up and just go. Just going to send it right now, as we should be able to jump in. Keeps that Reaper alive. That's huge. Keep the other 2 alive as well. Hellion goes down with the extra range. Now the SCV will not finish the command center, and this gets very awkward. If you cannot finish this CC, this becomes a very strange situation. I was just going to be seeing that SCV is going to get targeted. There's another one right there on the far side. It's going to be good enough. He got enough HP on it before we got into the bunker at first. 2 SCVs going down is going to be absolutely huge. So that's going to be a major win for sure. Like I say, if this command center can't finish, then that's a pain. Now it can obviously just lift off and float away as necessary, so it's still annoying. You're still taking damage on it. The bunker is still there to be cleaned up, but obviously could have been so much worse, realistically. Burning orbital command. You have the Reaper coming back along the side. The Hellion coming over. That Reaper is going to drop. So the Reaper will fall. The orbital floats over in toward the main base. The barracks still coming over as well. We just have our siege tank marines and the Banshee coming up as well. Just getting all of that going. Command center coming through. Orbital still burning as the SCV takes a chance to repair. That orbital gets brought back up to good HP for the moment. CC still down to the low ground over there. Two Marines and the Cyclone building. Medevac on the way. Orbital command and the SCV coming through. The refineries building up. Raven and the Matrix coming online also right now. So again, get that settled. Just gonna see a couple of shots. The bunker in some trouble. Taking some damage already. It's gone. Boom! And the bunker falls. So that bunker goes down. The rest of these units ready to maybe hop up toward the high ground. We are going to see SCVs pull into the low ground too. Reapers hop in. Hellions pull back. I'm just going to see those Reapers continuing by, and a bunch of these SCVs start to drop. 4 SCVs going down already. The tank going to try and siege. Spirit's obviously just got a ton of Reaper Hellion, which is really kind of designed for this phase of the game. SCVs running back into this fight is not pretty at all, and we're going to get a bunch more kills because of this. Now, we are starting to lose SCVs across the map for Spirit as well. Checking on that in a moment. It's over in this natural. Looks like it's already dealt with, as that was a Banshee showing up, was it? Yeah, Banshee showing up. Look at this, though. We're still going on those SCVs, man. A bunch of them going down. Q taking more damage. 29 workers to the 33 at the moment. And this medevac probably can't do it. Well, actually, this is actually pretty neat. He's dropping the hurt units on top of other things just to force the friendly fire. And the friendly fire is getting even more kills. SCVs are still dying. It's now an 8-worker lead for Spirit. What a cool move, dropping the Reapers and Hellions in. And this was a cool play. Delays the third CC in the corner as well, giving his own third a chance to catch up and finish here. And that will indeed happen as the medevac loads a few units back once again, because we're still not completely done. This is now 16 workers killed. He drops on top of the siege tank, forces the unsiege, and then just goes in after what is already a few low HP SCVs, so they're going to be some easy pickings just to finish off, and Cure is just not being able to regain control of this situation in the slightest. There is a low HP SCV on this left side that I think is going to be an easy target too. The 3 Reapers, are they going to run away? I mean, this is ridiculous. Cure is now a 24 SCV Terran. The economy is obviously being kind of low enough that damage like this is extremely significant. Like, yes, it's taken a while to do it all as Spirit, but it's absolutely fine because it's so early in the game that it's hurting Cure to a point that he's not recovering from. On top of all the workers lost, he lost SCV mining time as well. There was a ton of time those workers in the main were just pulled and not fighting too. And Spirit gets so much more value than we expected here. And this game too might be heading his way. We might be looking to tie this best of 5 up already. Because that was a little bit... that was pretty impressive, honestly. I mean, let's see where we go from here. Armies defensively placed from a Terran play obviously can be difficult to break through, so definitely thinking that that may be a factor here as well. As the few Marines and the siege tanks settle from Cure, maybe he just doesn't move out. Maybe he plays defensive, gets the 3rd base, holds it, and is able to play from that point. You do see the stim already on the way from Spirit, though, so he's already taken and established an advantage in there. Cyclone stepping through, Bio over on the right side. Coming over as well. Just going to see the couple of Vikings, the Marines, and the Stim coming over. You see the Marines firing, tank's going to be there. Orbital just left off, just going to peel away. The other tank's going to be nearby as the Vikings and the Ravens are going to step over. It's going to be seeing the Vikings landing in the main base. Going to go for the Stim upgrade. Okay, that's an equalizing kind of move from Cure. Gets in, denies the Stim pack, so takes away one of the advantages that Spirit was establishing for himself. And that 3rd base gets pushed away by this army shove. So this is actually okay. 12 SCVs go down too, and just like that, we're back in the game, question mark. You know, killing these SCVs would have been bringing you back in the game in one way, but killing these SCVs and denying Stim really takes away a lot of the advantages that Spirit had going for him. That was the double whammy of advantage that he held. So now, all of a sudden, this is becoming a little bit more of an awkward scenario because, well, it may become less awkward overall because it's actually just an even game, but it's awkward because it felt like Spirit was in such a great spot. And now we're going to be yapping on about this game just being equalized and kind of moving on through and seeing where we get to. Vikings and the Raven in the sky, pulling over to the left. The Marine tank Cyclone pushing down to the bottom left as well. It's just going straight across with that. Orbital command in the center there from Cure, joining up as well. Getting gathered together still. Stim, combat shield, continue to come through. Just getting that underway. Just having ourselves the Vikings stepping themselves over the other side. Just going to see this orbital. It's going to be picked off, so that orbital command will go down. It's going to be a clean out there. And we still continue to press over for the moment. So coming straight through, continue to get settled in. It's going to be seeing the Vikings. Going to take a little bit more opportunity here. Actually landing down is going to get rid of a reactor. Spirit just shoves into Cure's natural though. It's base trade time. Because every good TVT turns into a base trade. Typically that is actually a very true statement because what happens is that if it's a good TVT and it's back and forth, it's very hard to attack into each other. So if one player starts to get an edge, the best thing to do is to initiate a base trade in return. We just see Marine tank pushing through those couple depots, taking damage. Auto turrets will go down. SCVs taking picks. So a lot of work is falling on both sides of those tanks and the Vikings, and everything else will continue to shove through. Marines will fight. The combat shield gets denied as well. This is a major difference right now, is that Spirit is going to be without Stim, whereas Cure has Stim. So if it came down to a fight that could be impactful, may not matter with how many Marines there are, 19 versus 15. Yeah, it might not matter that much at all, actually. Alright, well, who's in a better position long-term here? I mean, Spirit has a 3rd base, so that helps. And a CC top left, production over there. So that's going to help him a lot. He also has 5 Vikings to 3, so he has air control, but he has way less tanks. So if Cure can hold a position, great. The problem is Cure needs to have what Spirit has, which is a base that escaped and is out on the map now. Without that being here, that's difficult, as those Vikings, apparently they chased and, yeah, there's Marines there and a missile turret. Obviously, you can just slow approach this. The only thing you can't run into easily is going to be the siege tanks, so his tanks just push up. I tell you what, 1-1's about to finish, mind you, and those engineering bays are actually going to be able to get involved, and 1-1 will complete. Like I say, it's not a lot of Marines in the game, but there are some. Yeah, okay, very smart. Uses the Matrix, break into the tank, clean that out comfortably. SCVs pull in. You don't really want a friendly fire here, so we unsiege the tanks. We're going to auto turret that should be able to kill. The siege tank in the end doesn't lose anything else. 1-1 did complete, though. And hey, we actually saved this orbital command because we flew it away, so that little group of units there saved that orbital in the end. And Spirit just has so much around the map, though. Like, is this army going to struggle to get back out on the map? Maybe. But is he going to have more units building up? Yes, obviously he is. So that's going to be huge. We have a couple scans coming through. Seeing what's up and seeing what's going to happen next. Units gathering in the main base. And just going to be seeing the Stimpaks dying. A couple depots on the way. Just have the extra Marines coming by as the barracks is going to continue to float up top. And that Stimpak building by. All the barracks in the top will be cool to have. It's weird for Q because, like, do you go after all of these? Or do you continue to camp this army? You kind of need to do both, but if you overcommit yourself in one location, this becomes very tough. I mean, Spirit is honestly not far from just building a starport and reactoring medevacs and, you know, retrieving these units. He sees the base here, sees the base there, so he's going to start realizing a little bit of the trouble that he's in with his own base just wandering around middle of the map. He only saved 5 SCVs, so he doesn't have that much money at all. So yeah, we get some of the Vikings and the Ravens up there to start playing defense. I think Hero just has to make moves, and he's going to try and do that right now, moving the siege tanks across in that direction. Spirit is actually on his way to Stimpak now, and Combat Shields, trying to get those bio upgrades that he ended up missing. I mean, the thing here from Spirit is that you don't have to defend this base. Like, this base alone is good. You could probably come up here and defend here. There's obviously a bunch of different production as well. Oh, we didn't keep any tanks around, so Spirit, he has a ton of Marines. I don't think Q is ready for just how much production Spirit has had in the top of the map, and he's just going to say GG anyways, so... GG gets called. Did Q just lose all his tanks? No, he actually still had all the tanks. It's just he just lost everything else, so then he's realizing that he can't win this game. Tanks alone aren't going to get it done. GG. Alrighty, guys, so Spirit brings it back. We're going to be tied up 1-1 in this best-of-5 series as Q and Spirit so far, doing the dance and going back and forth with each other. Love to see that. We'll head into our game 3 in a few moments' time. Yo, Crisp here on the level 20 on the Marvel Strike Force. Thank you for the commitment, buddy. Appreciate it. Thank you for supporting so much. Thank you. Crazy. Level 20. You guys are just gamers, aren't you? Nothing can stop you guys, I swear. Cool. Alright, 30-40 seconds, guys. We'll jump into Game 3 here. Curious Spirit in the OSC mid-season playoffs. Appreciate you all hanging about with us and enjoying some games today. Just a little reminder, I am not going to be here tomorrow, but I will be back Friday and Sunday. I'm not here Thursday, Saturday, but I'm here Friday, Sunday. Friday and Sunday with some Korean Royale games. And then I'll be back, obviously, like I say, I'll not be here Thursday or Saturday. So just a little reminder for you all on that one. So yeah. Are there websites where you can bet on StarCraft matches? There are, but I have no idea what they are. I don't even know if, like... There used to be a lot of betting, even on, like, just online cups, but I'm not sure if all those sites have shut down or given up on it now, and it's just the biggest of events that get the bang. Some people get pretty mad sometimes, so... There probably is. I don't know how legitimate they are, though. There used to be a lot of just like just purely eSport betting websites, which were very I'm not gonna say they're shady, but they weren't like as legitimate as like the big proper betting sites, right? So they'd let you bet on all sorts. Kind of crazy. 1-1 here, going into game number 3, as we have in the top left-hand corner. The red Terran player representing Psystorm. It is Spirit. Is he on Psystorm? It said Psystorm out of habit, actually, but is he still on Psystorm? Because it's been about a second. No, he's on Rock eSports. ROC eSports right now. My bad. He was obviously on Sidestorm in 2023, and then moved to Na'Vi. Yeah, I forgot about. Yeah, I hasn't been on Sidestorm for a while. I thought he went back to Sidestorm for some reason, but I think that's someone else I'm thinking of that we literally talked about the other day. So ignore me. I have even been in a different team. I think I just made that. I've just completely confused those two in my head. Got my wires crossed. As we do have in the bottom right, Q representing Team Liquid, of course. I know that one. Not going to be wrong there. Kind of embarrassing if I got that one wrong. It is in his name right now. It's right there. Alright, couple of racks coming through. The SUV is producing. We got the refinery coming in. Get that all settled down. It's just coming through. SUV coming over. And again, we just got this set up for the moment. Looking good so far. Our orbital command coming through there. The Reaper's on the way. So yeah, taking a few moments to get settled as we just have barracks finishing up. And yeah, SUV continues to scout around in the main base. Just trying to see a little bit of what else is going down, which is honestly not too much of anything just yet. Alright, bunker comes up, depot comes through, a couple of Reapers on the way. Just going to be seeing the factory building, the SCV on the way through. Command center added on to the natural, just going to get that started. As we have ourselves the Reaper from Kua moving to the upper left-hand side. So Kua's Reaper going to step straight across here and put some damage out. As you can see, the SCV is already taking a few shots and taking some damage. Just a couple hits going through. Reapers get back around to the front. Couple more Reapers coming over, the factory coming in. You can see the Reapers trying to get in after the SCV, so looking to try and get something done. Marine will fire back, and the Reaper takes a few more shots. Command Center will finish on the natural, so we're just going to get that going. As, yeah, Marine SCV coming through, the factory building in. The few Reapers still making their way out across the left-hand side, so again, Reapers journey over to the left, and we wait to see what we are going to do next. Heading into the natural, bunker will fire, a couple Marine shots coming through already. Rippers jump up, harassment from Kua, looking good, good grenade there, but I don't know if we've got the damage because he was hitting the SCVs for so long. 4 SCVs with 2 Reapers. Obviously on a worker lead here is Spirit. He also on a much faster command center, so... Sorry, you're on the worker lead there as Kua, but then Spirit has the much faster command center, so I think Spirit's okay with this. I think this was fine. You've killed a bunch of the units as well, so this harassment should stop being as much of an issue into the future. You know, if you don't kill any Reapers here and these units can come in and just keep on being annoying, it gets so frustrating, as we saw in the last game, just what Reapers can do over an extended period. So yeah, being able to get some kills definitely helps, and now this is funky, because now you have your Reaper hellion across the map going to get some kills and slow down this command center. But it also meant that the door was maybe open for everything else to come through, but the bunker said no. So these units turn around and come all the way home, but you've already lost 3 SCVs, you've had that CC delayed. You've got 2 SCVs down there right now, and you only need 1. Kura is making some mistakes, making 1 more SCV kill. And, yeah, this was a very good display from Spirit, who now puts himself up 3 workers. This command center still not done, and his SCVs are just pumping on through on the natural expansion. Alright, Cyclone Marines building through, SCVs coming up, command center will build in the main. The rack is going to lift off and go over to the tech lab as the starport is going to go. I was going to say build a reactor, but he cancels the reactor for the moment. He's just going to focus on getting some barracks down and that 3rd CC established. Stimpack immediately from Kira obviously has the extra racks early because of the build, so is going to be a little bit ahead on that one, but you could argue is going to be behind elsewhere. Where is he behind tech-wise? He's actually really not, to be honest. You know, he's going to be on... He's actually faster to the first Raven, even. So yeah, kind of interesting in that regard. I guess right now he's not building tanks. So that's going to be the difference. That Spirit's going to get tanks out, and Kira's just going to be very reliant on the Marines. He's not even on that much of a faster stim. 7 tank coming through, Stimpack building. Gonna be seeing a few Marines coming up, Reactor coming by. And ourselves settled on this as we just have the Raven gonna move to the front. And wondering if QF feels or fancies a kind of little jive across the map. These units gather together, Liberator goes down the left-hand side. Cyclone patrolling a little bit as well. Let's take a few moments. Yeah, peaceful times for the moment. Army is going to start pushing across then, so up through the middle of the map we go. Marine tank stim all on the way over, the medevac's coming through. Let's settle it down as we go right to the top. Liberator is going to be chilling on the bottom side as well. A few units are ready to push onto the natural. I don't really think there's going to be much opportunity for Q to break through though. Spirit is set up with tanks, good position as well. Spending a good portion of his main base at the same time. Medevacs load up. We'll look for that chance. Reaper Hellion will poke the front, and then the Medevacs drop the main, but like I say, the main base is well defended too, so not sure Q is necessarily going to find much out of that, but maybe he has to here. Like, he is not on a third command center. Spirit has a third CC finish. Like, Q is kind of committed to making something happen right now, and I do not love that his plan is to basically dive the main. That does not seem like a reliable plan. He's going to build a third on location, so he's going to start doing some things to catch up, but he has work to do, man. He has work to do. And effects out to left Ravens as well. Liberator going to set up. Siege the mineral line here. A few SCVs will take some shots, so damage being done already. 2 workers going down. Again, the Cyclone, the missile turret over to the sides, just gathering. Vikings there as well. We will scan at the front, seeing what else is going on. Instantly going to be met by the 2 Vikings. Are we going to send it? No, that's a horrible idea. There's a missile turret there as well. 1 Raven goes down, not doing anything. 2nd Raven goes down, not doing anything. Oh my goodness, that could not have been worse. And Q is like, okay, cancel that one. Cancel. Rip that one off the record because that was not it at all. Spirit up 2-1 over Q again, looking as though he might be able to take him down. It's impressive, honestly. We keep on seeing Spirit play so well against Q in these games. I'm impressed every time. Yeah, that keeps on happening, so sick stuff. As we are going to be jumping into game number 4 then. So Spirit on match point, heading into Tokamak here. In the bottom left-hand corner, the red Terran player with the 2-1 advantage is going to be Spirit. Taking on the blue Terran over on the right-hand side. We're going to have ourselves Team Liquid's Cure. Man. Cure really was just like, let's do that. Oh, never mind. What a disaster for Cure. What an absolute disaster. Alright, Rex and the gas coming up at the moment. We get that going. SCVs will produce as we take a few moments. Refineries coming in. Getting settled initially. Ali just thinks woof woof woof. Yeah, Dragon 64 on the 118-month resub. How you doing, mate? Thank you so much for the 118. Appreciate you. Complimentary from Ellie. Yeah. $118 months. Nearly 10 years. Isn't that crazy? Do you feel you've achieved much in the last 10 years, Ravi? It's actually kind of wild. 10 years is nuts. I see the Reapers coming through. Factory's coming over. SVV's in production. Just can't believe you're still in band after 10 years. But it's not been without your moments, right? You've had 2 timeouts and 5 bans. Crazy. And actually, only the last 5 of those instances have been me. So the first 2 were from someone else. I'd say that's not bad, to be honest. Could have been a lot worse. The Reapers gather up. The Reaper stepping over toward the natural for a moment. Reapers wanting to get the grab. Chasing. Hoping. Poking. Reaper throws a grenade down. You can see the starport coming up on either side. Command center's coming through. The Widow Mines will begin to build. SCVs in production. We just have our starport coming by as well. Just going to see those CCs coming up then. Widow Mines coming. We get that all settled down for the moment. So, a lot of that underway. See the 2 Reapers and the Hellion gathering up. There's a refinery coming down as well. Just going to put that straight into place. The starport is going to be finishing. Tech labs on both sides. The command center is coming through. The couple of Marines will continue up as we speak. All of that on the way in for the moment. As we just have ourselves the Banshee and the Orbital. The tech lab coming by. The cloaking. Sorry, the Hyperflight rotors coming in, on the side of Kira as well. Just going to get that all on the way for the moment. Away we go. Marines, Hellions, Reapers joined together as well. Still got the Hyperflight rotors coming through. Cyclone, a couple of Marines will come by as well. We just have again a couple of mules also coming into place right now. So just going to get those mules started immediately. And the rest of this army settling up at the front. That refinery comes into place. The Cyclone's still stepping by. The Raven is on the way in with a couple of extra SCVs along with it. And we do begin to make our move out into the center of the map. So Spirit making a little move forward initially. And a 2-1 lead for Spirit in this series, in great position. The win here sends him through into the top 4 of the OSC mid-season playoffs. Has been making quite a run so far, honestly. You look at the bracket and it's been pretty impressive for him. I mean, he was in the lower bracket early. He initially lost to Percival. He played Protoss. When was that played? That was played back in September. I think pre-patch. So he played Protoss against Percival and went 1-2 apparently. Dropped to the lower bracket. And in this lower bracket, he's been feasting, man. 3-1 Creator, 3-0 GG Machine, 3-1 Geralt, 3-2 Harstem, and now up 2-1 against Kua. It has been a run in the lower brackets, so he's been progressing there nicely so far. Just have our Tank and Viking coming through, the factory and the command center on the way in. The factory on the high ground here going to be finishing up on the reactor in just a couple of moments, so we'll get that done as the Raven and the Matrix come through, adding a stim pack on top of that as well. 2 more barracks in production back at home. We do have the double Banshee from Cure. And he's just going to play mech as well, by the way, just in case you guys didn't see on the natural or so. I don't know if I mentioned the gases and so, but yes, he's playing mech. So, going to use these speed Banshees and hopefully try and find some damage quickly with them. As he steps up at first, just going to get straight in. A couple SCVs begin to fall. Cyclone returns some fire. Ravens are here to detect, but obviously no detection really needed. But we actually get rid of one of the Banshees kind of quickly, to be honest. This is a pretty good defense. That second Banshee's low, and that's not going to be able to do too much, as I do not love it flying back in. That feels like danger. Maybe wanted to try and grab a low HP Cyclone on the edge, but it was not there. It was back getting repaired already, I believe. Cleans up the unit in the main base. The Reapers and the Hellion there, getting a cleanup as well. And this Banshee Cure continues back to the upper right-hand side. One upgrade, stim pack on the way, vehicle weapons and plating coming through too. Vikings, tanks, and Banshee gather together. We will see a few units of Spirit starting to step up. Bio, tank, Cyclone just gathering over there. Going to get our orbital command dropped into place. Pop that one down. You can see the Ravens coming through. Gonna start dropping some auto turrets, as we do have Hellions and the SCVs in the top corner. Gonna take a lot of damage. Auto turrets coming down again. Raven still flopping. That's 2 Ravens dead. I mean, we're getting some SCVs, but we're losing SCVs as well. Banshee back over on the natural this time. Is going to make up for the workers that we're killing and more. So this Banshee having an absolutely great time. 12 kill Banshee. Going to slip on out of there. And Q are definitely taking some better control of this game thus far. Which is good to see, because he's in a position where, you know, you're playing mech as well. Obviously, you're down a game, first of all, but then you're playing mech. E1, you know, taking control and doing damage like this is going to take away, strip away the opportunities that Spirit is going to really have to try and, you know, pull things off against you. So that's how that's going right now, as the 1-1 in the combat shield coming up. Those upgrades coming through from Q as well. So both players will be on equalish upgrades and stepping into the next phase of the game of Bio vs Mech, where you can see Spirit wants to try and stay active. The real challenge for Spirit is going to be, as Q gets to 4 bases, do we have this kind of chance/opportunity to maybe possibly, you know, is then the possibility for Spirit to kind of keep that 4th base from truly coming up? That's going to be the main goal of the Bio player here, while hopefully getting his own 4 base setup, you know, very comfortably. You want to try and be ahead base-wise against a meching player, so, you know, you're playing the inefficient composition, the more mobile composition, so you're meant to be able to take advantage with that. Gets to drop into the main base here and actually gets to unload. I'm not sure how much I love it for Spirit, because realistically, there are already tanks on the way over. You saw the Vikings flying through too. I'm not sure how much we'll get. I actually wouldn't hate if he just got this factory lift and got out. But I think he stuck around too long already, so we're going to see the Vikings will play cleanup. He is happy to keep it going because he's pushing at the front. He gets rid of both the tanks at the front. He's going to get rid of some SCVs. The orbital will lift. Never mind keeping the Terran from getting to a 4 base setup. What about keeping him from keeping him from staying on the 3 bases? That's also a great play from Spirit. I did not think that was going to be as open as it was, but Q over-defended in the main base, believed in the 2 tanks he left at the front, but Spirit found his way through those and is able to come in. Only 10 SCVs, my only, I don't know if it's criticism, but maybe just a little bit sad to see, because I felt like that was maybe worth more than 10 SCVs by Spirit. With Q being as out of position as he was, he just couldn't capitalize them as they escaped and ran up top toward the natural. So we get to reland the natural here, and it's actually equal workers after all of that is said and done, which, like I say, as the Bio player probably doesn't feel great, actually. I mean, Spirit can't see the number of workers from his opponent, but if he could know, he'd probably be like, oh, come on, I felt like I was, you know, this was going better for me. He has taken advantage of the map control, though. 4th base on location, so just cutting a little bit of a corner there instead of building it elsewhere and floating it over. So a little bit of a corner cut, and otherwise Spirit maintains map control, which is always very nice. You do see those Hellions. They obviously have ideas heading down the right side, looking to get across to the bottom. And would love to get in and obviously get some SCVs and some, you know, harassment damage done. Spirit has units nearby, so these Hellions should be dealt with. But they're only losing a couple of workers, really. Ends up losing 4, yet a couple extra because of the gas buildings, but yeah, we'll see those cleaned out. Maybe my biggest criticism here is he apparently stimmed the whole army to get over there, and that's a fair bit of medevac energy being drained, and let's face it, these medevacs are not the healthiest energy-wise, so it would be nice to not waste energy on those if needed, and like I said, I don't think we had to stim everything back right there, so yeah, a little bit unnecessary. As the 3 vehicle weapons and plane upgrades continue through, smart servos coming up. More Hellions on the way as the upgrades continue by. He lost 600 minerals and Hellions for 2 SCVs. 4 SCVs? It's not as bad as it sounds, because as the mech player, you generally have a mineral surplus. So Hellions are the kind of unit that are good for you to throw away. And it's not always about just the SCVs you kill. In this case, it pulled Spirit's entire army home. And guess what? That's given you time to really secure the front door. The 4th base is now finishing before Spirit has even stepped back onto the map. So those minerals are something you don't really need as the meching player. And you've basically transitioned them into a very safe setup now on 4 bases. He's not quite on location 4 base, but he's much closer to that than he was before. In a game where Spirit was feeling confident and comfortable, now he has to think about running, you know, turning back home and defending a bit more. And now we're just going to keep running in with these Hellions, and now obviously getting more SCVs. And this is the thing as well. These Hellions, they created opportunity previously, and maybe they didn't hit the jackpot in terms of SCV kill count, but now they do. And now you've lost a bunch of workers of Spirit, and that's the other thing. Because they're just sort of expendable, you can keep on trying with those Hellions, and if at first you don't succeed, try again is actually a very viable thing. It's not like you're throwing gas at that mineral line to try and get some SCVs, and the payoff potential is huge, and in this case, Spirit is not going to be able to keep on denying it as the tank siege. The unit still pushing back over that left-hand side. Hellbat Viking will gather in front of the location, and we do have the Bio Army of Spirit is back on track, back on the map, but yeah, he's actually building his 5th base on location as well, so wants to try and get that set. My concern is we need a late-game answer to this mech army. We're not going to be able to deal with it with Bio. The Terran, the mech in play, has gotten to 4 bases here. Realistically, he's not fully on it, but he's pretty much there. So we're in the dream position here as the mech player. As you take a 5th as Spirit, I do like the idea of Liberators and Lib Range. Something that can just take control of this game for you that is going to give you a better trade against the mech army. So trying to take air control. The Thors then are very smart from Cure, because one of the things he does lose to right now is an air army he can't contend with. The Thors give him a little bit more leeway on that. And with an already good siege tank count, the Thors are probably the best thing you can add now to make sure he's okay. He's actually added 6 mines as well. That part I'm not as excited for. Be interesting to see how well they can do and if they actually get any meaningful connections or not. Knock down some rocks here. It's funny, usually the Bio player is the one that wants more access points, but I wonder if Pure just wants the chance to set up down here and maybe surround this position a little bit slowly. Like I say, usually it'd be the Bio player who's like, oh cool, a new access point, a new way in. But that's obviously not going to be the case right now. As we take a second, just going to knock down the rocks on the right-hand side as well. Take those out on the ramp. And we are indeed just going to move down here then. So away we go. Vikings are going to come through with those Liberators. Thor gets a little bit of splash damage done, but is otherwise going to be chased away. Anti-armor missile? No, sorry, that was not an anti-armor missile. That was the Widow Mine lining up. Actually does get a little bit of splash done initially. Just got to figure our way to work our way through these other siege tanks right now. Liberators are sieging up. SCVs maybe in some trouble. Tanks are going to begin going down. The Libs coming in overhead, and we continue to push the tanks forward here. So those tanks will siege. Tanks going down in return. The other Vikings being pushed back. The Thors are still stepping forward as well here as Cure is nigh on maxed out still. This was a beautiful defense from Cure. Systematic. Didn't rush into it. Took his time, and in the end just had the better army comp. The biggest fear was the air army, and he again dealt with that very well. And now, well, now he's ready to push back and do some return fire. Now he wants to get across the map and make some things happen. There's a little bit of bio stims up. A couple of Widow Mines trying to aim themselves around. We will have the tank sieging. And again, the setup continuing around the left here as we scan up a little bit. Vikings are going through. Bio going to come about. Thors are going to take some damage. Bit of back and forth continuing. The few units have to retreat away once again. Plus 3 weapons. Plus 2 armor coming up from Spirit still continuing in as we have this army just going to step through. A couple of tanks on the ground pushing forward. Forward command taking some damage and taking some hits as we step on by here. Tanks will siege again. And this orbital just goes down instantly, so Pyrrha right now just sieges up, pushes forward. The Widow Mine is going to try and get in the front. I mean, they're probably not going to last too long. They kind of get obliterated. That's why I was not an immediate fan of seeing the mines on the way, but they did fine previously. I mean, there's honestly just so many Thors, and so much reliance right now from Spirit on this air army is just getting deleted by those Thors. Looks as though the mech of Cura is going to come on through and clean up in this game number 4 and tie us up. It's going to be our 3rd series of the day going to a game 5. 3 out of 3 is not bad. All the game 5s, yes, please, and thank you. Damn, it's actually kind of crazy. All right, well, I mean, at this point, Spirit is not dead because he's got supply, but realistically, he's dead. I mean, he's losing base. He's got an army he can't really contend with. The Liberators are not the answer he wants them to be or needs them to be, quite frankly. These SCVs all just died long distancing as well. I mean, Spirit kind of is dead. I just... that's trying to be positive. Like, he has 81 army supply. It doesn't look like it, though, does it? It's a little bit spread out, to be fair. Yeah, it doesn't... His army supply doesn't look like what it says it is, to be fair. Should just be an easy closeout from here, as we have even some mines going to hit bio units. Boom! Into the center. You don't see that every day, but it's fun when it happens. Mines on bio. GG's, and just like that, we get set for a game 5 of this series, so we go the distance. Spirit and Cure going all the way. What a map we're going to end it on as well. We're going to go to Last Fantasy to wrap this series up. Hello? Are you kidding me? Last Fantasy? What are we doing? That is some crazy business. That is some crazy business. Hey, what's up, BBB dude? How you doing? Thanks so much for the 54-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. And yeah, we're gonna go Last Fantasy for this final map, guys. As Kira and Spirit have given us a good TVT series, some good back and forth, some good different bits and pieces happening. I say just like that, but it wasn't easy. You had to work for it. It wasn't easy, but he was comfortable all game. No? I mean, at the end, it was easy as well. Like, yes, okay, you had to break out of that position topside, and he did a great amount of work defending, but at the end of the game, he just had to kind of set up on the other side of the map, and he was going to be good to go, you know? I think it's a fair statement. Otherwise, it still wasn't easy overall, just, yeah. Alrighty, guys. Let's head into the bottom right side of Last Fantasy. It is going to be Spirit, our red Terran player, to start us off on a final map of this series. Taking on the blue Terran. In the top left-hand side, it is going to be Cure for game 5. After this, Percival and Cristiana will play, also in the lower bracket. That is a top 6 matchup. Yeah, was that top 8? I think that's one round earlier, so I think that's top 8. The winner of that plays beyond in the top 6, so yeah. Refineries building, gases going through, double gas from both players here for this game 5. We're building up on the racks then, getting that underway. Orbital building up on both sides, Reaper's building, getting set for the moment. In the early stages, we just have the factory. Gonna drop down in the main base. Take it easy, because we've had some kind of craziness in this TVT, so give the voice a little bit of a rest here early on, guys, but we'll just take a chance to say, of course, thank you again for watching and tuning in already today. Appreciate y'all. If you are enjoying, hit the follow button, hit the like and subscribe buttons. There's the Marvel Strike Force sponsor you can check out with !Marvel on the Twitch, and obviously all the usual stuff of supporting and donating and cheering and subscribing and so on and so forth. Appreciate you guys. Alright, CC building, SCV's on the way, got a tech lab coming through the reactor building as well, so we got a lot of this coming up for the moment. Reactor building on the side of Spirit, and the Hellion will begin to move out the front here. A couple of Reapers are going to come over and dive in toward the main base. Full grenade goes down, Reapers are going to get boppity-bopped. And we have 2 SCVs already going down right off the bat. So 2 workers going down. The Reaper just escapes away to the side. Hellion is going to come chasing over. I'm just going to be seeing our starport coming through as the tech lab and the command center coming up as well. Not bad for Kira getting in, being the first blood of this series. Lost a Reaper, but hey, a couple of SCVs doesn't feel bad. Kind of feels tense when you have a close series like this. I mean, lower bracket elimination on the line. Feels like you don't want to be the one to make a weird move and just lose it out of nowhere after you've come so far. A lot of care going to be needed over these next few moments as we just have the Reapers coming back over to the sides, coming back to the top. Hellion's going to be there too, as we have our Cyclone production from both players. 2 Hellions into the natural. Marines are going to be there. Going to shoot at a couple. Marines will start to go down. Cyclone going across, locking onto the Hellion. This ripper into the main base is going to get cleaned up as well, so that's also going to be a pick-off right there. Shutting that down. Marines and the siege tank coming in. The Raven is going to be producing as we get all of that on the way through. Just going to see the Hellion coming over to the naturals. Just going to pull on over. Brax wants to swap away over to the tech lab. Starport going to go over to the reactor as well. It's just going to move and get its own going. I think we're going to stabilize a fair amount right now. We do see the Marines and the Cyclone coming across the map, so looking to get into position there, and just going to get toward the natural. Maybe a couple units ready to fire. Tank, Marine, Stim. Building by. Just going to have the Army of Pure ready to jump up into the main base potentially. Cyclones unload. Gonna reload, unload. Reload, unload. Gets out. Good defense from Spirit, but loses himself a depot, so Kira just taking advantage of being on the map. Obviously, Cyclones can pull back home. They can repair. He's in position right now to maybe even make use of the fact there's a siege tank still here, so that's kind of a positive as well that we're looking at for the moment. Auto turret in the back gets cleaned out on top of everything. Still trying to harass a Spirit. That Raven's straight back in there. Trying to say there's no space to sit between the natural and the main on this map because of the because of the air blockers. The turret goes down. A couple of Marines getting jumped on the tank, stepping over. So you see an SCV goes down. So we got a couple of Marines in the SCV. Raven still doing its thing. Not bad at all as the units will just gather just out the front. See the rest of the Marines coming over as well. Raven ready to potentially throw down an auto turret perhaps. Or Matrix, I guess, makes a lot more sense. They're just going to walk into the natural. Spirit does have one tank high ground he can pull across, as that's going to be necessary. Obviously, one of the weird things here for Spirit is that his Ravens aren't here, so he doesn't really have the Raven to kind of come in and Matrix that tank in the background, so that's going to make life a whole lot more difficult as Kua. This is looking amazing. He is fully sieged up on this natural. The Marines and the tank going to go in after the refinery and play cleanup there. Cure's looking good. Spirit is going to have a stim, so out we go. Auto turrets are going to drop down from both players. Tank's got work to do right now. Having that stim from Spirit's going to give him the chance to break out of it, and he is going to get away. Wow. 22 SCVs lost. You know what time it is, guys. It's counterattack time. You just lost your entire natural mineral line. And if you lose your entire natural mineral line, you have pretty much no option here but to commit across the map, surely. Like, you've got to go and do something. You can't just sit back and do nothing. I mean, if you try and rebuild from this position, you're half the work count. You got to go, and he's got an army supply lead, and that's a very typical TVT thing to have happen as well. This would not be the first time that someone, you know, deals with an attack, loses a bunch of SCVs, but then has the army swing in their favor. Oh, is he waiting for medevacs? Oh, he might be waiting for 2 more medevacs. He might just go for the drop into the main base. Q is suspicious. He's already like, hey, why aren't you showing up? Kira was ready for him to be at the front door like 40 seconds after he attacked that natural. So Kira right now is like, what is going on? He kind of moves up into the main. He's like, where am I going to have to defend? Because this is, like I say, unnatural for it to take so long for the counterattack to arrive. We're still up 20 army supply. Spirit going to try and spice it up with the medevac play coming across the left at the moment. Medevac's joined up. Orbital morphing in. We have the 1-1 in the stem coming through. Liberator Marine in production from Spirit still. Spirit is not rebuilding SCVs, by the way. Is he just going to dive? No. He's just going to send it. He's going to drop on top of everything. Maybe one of the craziest moves we've seen, but he will get the distance, get on top of the tanks. Auto turrets are going to set up. We're going to target a couple of those down, but they're going to fall. We have high ground vision, so we should be able to get after that tank. At the very least, we're killing SCVs on the dozen. 15 going down, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, probably as we run away. I feel like he should have killed this tank. I think Spirit had the chance to kill this siege tank, and he didn't go for it. And I think that is a mistake. Because if he killed that tank, that's so much less defense here for the next wave of this game, basically, or this next wave of aggression. Spirit, okay, this is the first time he's built an SCV. He didn't realize he had a third up in the main, but he's not made much use of it. He's going to go back into SCV production now. He still has an army supply advantage by about 20. He's going to siege up Liberators here, and Kira is going to remain in trouble. In fact, that siege tank goes down. We're going to stim for tank number 2. Liberators will siege up again. Can we deny those? SCVs are pulling in. The Liberator is honestly going to go kind of huge here. Oh, those Vikings are game savers. But we are going to get a bunch more SCVs. The Mules all got pulled into this as well. We still do not have a lot of units as Curious. He has to keep giving up anything and everything to stay alive. Marines do not have a lot of HP. They will try and trade out. The Vikings landing. We run away here as Spirit and try to kite for the SCVs instead. And he is going to get enough done. Cure goes to 25 workers because as Spirit started to build some workers, he is now at 32. And I tell you what's awkward. Okay, sorry, no. It's not awkward. Never mind. I was like, there's no third base. It's right there. Shut up, 40. Alright, but this is still wild because Kira has an advantage in the form of 1-1. Sooner be combat shield as well. I mean, Spirit actually already has combat shield, but no 1-1 in sight. Has got the Liberators, but there have been Vikings available. Man, those Vikings were super exciting and necessary. If they were not around, that would not have... We would not be in this point right now, basically. Crazy turnaround from Spirit. That's TVT at its best, where one player kind of does a lot early, the other guy defends with SCVs, and the game just kind of flips on its head like that. A couple libs setting up on the left-hand side. Viking siege tank still on the way through. Armory and SCVs producing, as we do have a couple of units looking to press forward there. Tank will siege. Marines and the medevacs gathering together. Tank sieging up, the Vikings readying. Just going to go after the medevac. Going to lose a Viking though, right? Yeah, we lose one. So nice little pickup from Spirit there. No tank nearby. Spirit has his third CC on location, guys, and Cure does not. Cure's third is still right there on the natural, so Spirit is up 13 workers. Catching up now on the 1-1 upgrades. Spirit, Cure's going to lose that advantage. He may actually keep it. He's got armory finishing. He could start 2-2. He starts +2 attack immediately. So yeah, maybe he's going to focus upgrades here and just say, well, if nothing else, I'm going to have good upgrades in this game. I mean, that might bring him back into it further down the line. It may limit the timings at which Spirit can choose to attack. Vikings trying to step forward again. The medevac is in trouble. Goes down, so the Vikings delivering. Again, the air control of Kira is going to be one of those big things that can help him stay in this game and keep things alive and in his favor as well. So that's going well right now. As the 1-1 and the 2-2 all coming up. Medevacs and Marines building. Extra barracks in production. Spirit's going to fall home, but he's up 20 workers still. And the thing is, he's not up 20 workers and down in army supply, giving Kira the chance to push across the map. He's just up 20 workers and up in army supply, and soon going to be equal upgrades for the foreseeable future. I think Kira's goal here is to hold a third base and to probably take this into a longer game. I do not think he's going to have much opportunity to get a lot of damage done anytime soon. Green tank still gathering. Orbital command will drop down on location here. It's just going to have third base set. Marines, medevacs coming up to the top. Siege tank as well. Going to get ready to drop into the main very, very shortly. The 3 Marines are going to be right there over on the edge. Tanks gathering up. The Marines stepping forward. 2-2 upgrade still on the way out here currently from Kua. Marine, tank, medevac, all in production for the moment. So again, getting a lot of that up and rolling right now. A lot of this being brought into play currently as the medevacs will come over as well. But see, these medevacs still trying to make their way around to the top side. So again, try and set up over there for a couple of seconds already. Trying to figure out what it is we can do for the moment. Oh, man, this is been pretty crazy, to be honest. It's been pretty gosh darn crazy so far. As you are going to see these Marines going to try and move over. We are settling. I mean, Spirit's going to get maxed, and Kira, like I say, is probably going to have to play a super defensive style. He's going to finish up his 2-2 upgrades now, so he will be on that lead as we expected. Let's see if we can get to 3-3 right now. Upgrades are going to do a lot for you. Spirit's going to try and turn into this. The tank fire helps. Still, the 2-2 is very powerful. The tank fire helped you to get a few Marine kills there. Otherwise, I don't think we were going to kill many if they were all full HP. The 4 medevacs helping to, heal back up is obviously a massive factor. Here is just 44 SCVs though. Like, he is not building workers. So like, his army supply is good, his upgrade's great, but his work account for the long term, not ideal. Fourth base, building on location, greedy from Spirit. He loses map control and he loses the fourth just before it's finished. So that's a shutdown, and that's going to give Kira a chance as well because he did not have a fourth of his own on the way. So that's a major play. A lot of Marines are going to stim up over here. A couple of tank shots going down. Marines taking damage. A few more shots coming over. Other couple of tanks coming through. Vikings hitting those medevacs. We still see the rest of the Marines getting underneath. The Orbital Command still taking damage. SCV still taking shots. The SCVs are going to try and pull in over there. Go toward the rest of this. I mean, we see the rest of these Marines pulling over too. That's a lot of workers down. Natural Command Center killed. And Spirit's like, okay, I'm going to go across the map. He has to defend the main base though. Like, if he doesn't defend the main, like, his production goes down. And then he's kind of doomed. But going across the map, I mean, okay, there's only really Marines here. What's funny is we're very close to finishing up the upgrades, so we actually might get a Marine-on-Marine fight that's fairly equal in upgrades, all things considered. I think Spirit should look at the natural. Like, he needs to scan this natural and realize there's nothing there and that he could maybe run into it. It's very unfortunate that he doesn't find that opportunity, as the tank here is going to get a few shots off, but one tank going down as it gets dropped on top of the tanks. Are repositioning. This will be your moment maybe for Spirit to go. I mean, it might still be his moment to just go from two sides. There's one tank quite far back. This set of rocks and this tank choking up the area is huge, but we're actually going to unsiege a lot right now as Kira. Like, if there's a moment to move forward, that would have been it, but Spirit's not in position to take advantage. Okay, now he's going to go, but let's face it, these tanks have already sieged up, so we're going to take a lot of losses, but honestly not too many. The Marines swarm through, and we are going to play cleanup, and Kira's attack is finally removed. Main base lands to the natural. Spirit is now a 2-orbital, 3-base Terran player. Kira is going to be a 2-orbital, soon-to-be 3-base Terran player, as this game continues to be nigh on crazy. 20 army supply lead for Spirit, but he's now down 15 or so workers as well. What is happening? These Marines are going to stim. We could maybe take a turn into a lot of those Marines also. But we're going to siege up, going to go grab the tank on the corner. That's going to be a grab. Nice kill. Great to see that. The rest of the Marines coming through. Still got, again, +3 attack is about to finish up on the side of Kira. +3 armor is on its way also. And the Marine tank still going over to the upper left-hand side, looking to push into the top left very shortly. This orbital going to retreat. At this point, you got to try and save anything that you can. Even the orbital is huge to keep alive. Going to stim into the natural. I mean, this orbital is dead because that one didn't start floating away in time. And this is a problem because now you can actually break the main base here as Spirit. And if you break the main base, you're going to have access to the production, and that would be absolutely huge. There's nothing defensively in this main. If Spirit goes right now up this ramp, one tank is on its way. It's going to siege. Oh, no, Spirit. Missed opportunity. He scans, he sees it. He's probably going to siege the Liberator on top of it, but he doesn't. He leaves it short. He could siege the Liberator on the tank and force it to unsiege. If you unsiege here, you're in trouble. He's just going to go up this ramp. He's going to send it. Does lose the lid, but he'll get on top of the tank now, and the production is camped. However, we come in from the other side, and Kira plays cleanup. Kira has a +3 attack upgrade right now. He's on his way to +3 armor, so as this kind of becomes a Marine versus Marine massacre, it is going to be, quite frankly, an upgrade advantage for Kira, but does he have the numbers? That tank on the high ground is huge. The concave is massive in Marine on Marine, but the HP bar of the Marines of Spirit is absolutely awful. They're on fire on the health bars. Going to try and go to the low ground, but will be chased. I think smart choice not to unload there, as Spirit. Kira would have been able to clean that up with ease, as Spirit decides just to ease his way over to the right-hand side, get out of there for the moment, and just fall home. He's done enough. He's knocked his opponent down to a 1-orbital Terran player. Go home, get your units, try and have enough to outdo the 3-3 advantage that your opponent is setting up for. 17.5 minutes in on this TVT. Game 5 of the series, and the Marines come in for the counter-attack. SCVs get chased. I mean, we've got tons of SCVs for having 1 orbital, but that's an issue, and Q's going to start running home to deal with this, so that alone is a win. Spirit might just want to lift up and get out. Kills 10 SCVs. I mean, like I say, we're oversaturated, but it's still 10 less SCVs than you would have had. Just, now if you kill more SCVs, it becomes more of a factor. These medevacs, I think, are going to go down. One of them does at least. The other might be able to hide. Spirit up 73 to 46 army supply currently again in this Game 5 with it all on the line. Mayhem has truly ensued. The game might settle here, and if it slows down a bit, obviously it's going to favor Spirit, I think, overall. I mean, Kira is going to get a natural build over here, I guess, or a second base. That's not really a natural anymore. Marine medevac still down to the bottom. There's going to be a depot right there that we can do some damage to. People will take some shots. The few Marines stimming over to the right side. The rest of the Marine medevac is going to be Coming up to the top side here as the Orbital Command will take some damage as well. Let's see the rest of these Marines demonstrate through. The SCVs are going to pull into this. A lot of Marines going down. A few other Marines pulling over that we're being kept alive here purely by upgrades. As these Marines... upgrades and medevac healing, quite frankly. Q has dove into the main base of Spirit in the meantime, and he is going to get rid of the starport. He's going to start on the factory. Q, by the way, doesn't have gas mining, so he's got 1,000 gas, but he hasn't been mining any extra gas. You got the medevacs here, that'd be huge. He gets most of them. One medevac escapes. One Marine runs to the corner. You don't have space? Flight is full? No, my flight got cancelled. Oh, unfortunately, that's the worst kind of flight cancellation you can get in StarCraft 2. Spirit is up 50 supply. I think this game is definitely kind of going one certain way. It's very hard to win this as Cure because you're just significantly behind on Marine count. And the upgrades help, but I just don't think upgrades overwhelm this amount of Marines. And it's not like you really have tanks to overwhelm your opponent defensively. I mean, you're about to lose the Orbital here as well. We just got up to the Orbital on the left side, so losing this one is going to be brutal. SCV stopped for a second. They had nowhere to go to. They could have maybe gone over there. This Orbital may go down as well, though. So, hey, Q is going to go Orbital for Orbital, which at this point in the game is more than you could have asked for, realistically. But then I think Spirit's just going to stim over there and get rid of that Orbital as well. Marines keep on fighting. Damage still being done. The Marines load up into a couple of medevacs. Q has the money to rebuild an Orbital. Spirit doesn't, by the way. So Spirit can't lose this Orbital command right now, because if he does, he has no way to rebuild. Then Q could maybe actually win this game. Again, upgrades. Upgrades and medevacs. The healing is a huge factor. The medevac healing is a huge factor. The upgrades are a huge factor. Q has not built his base. Is being revealed. What's he building? He's building Marines. So he's going to lose the chance to ever build anything else. Oh my goodness. He's not going to be able to build a command center because he's going to build Marines. He's choosing to build Marines over a CC. Spirit has no SCVs. He has a command center though, and he has the SCVs, so he can also mule, so he will get some money. He's going to long distance mine. He's going to long distance mine his main base. I'm just going to let that sink in for a moment, because that's obviously stupid. Okay, he knows Kua doesn't have a base. Kua is catching up on army supply though, and that actually kind of scares me. But Spirit has 3 siege tanks now, and Spirit has realized if you've got no base, you're going nowhere. You will run out of money unless I see that you build a base. Then he can play differently. Until Spirit sees that Kua builds a base, he has no reason to leave his main. Because he is mining, he will improve his position, it doesn't matter how slow it is, he will get more units in this game if he waits. Whereas Kua will be draining his resources and will eventually run dry. So Spirit has no reason to run onto the map and take on the 3-3 Marines with Marines of his own when he actually has siege tanks. And Kua knows that this is over. Kua might have been smart to actually build the command center instead of the Marines, because I actually think he did enough. Like, if he built a CC, the pressure would be on Spirit, and Spirit may genuinely struggle with the upgrade deficit. It's a ridiculous game. It's very hard to make that read, but from the observer, I think those Marines that Kua produced to catch up on army a bit should have been a command center, and he probably might have had the time. But then again, Spirit might have been already across the map, because he wouldn't be playing like this if he knew Kua had a base. He knows he doesn't because Kua's revealed. He sees everything. Apart from where the army is, but that's fine. He just sits here in the main base. He's mining. He doesn't have to do anything. He relocates his main to mine efficiently, even. That's how comfortable this game is for Spirit. He can relocate the main to actually properly mine. Incredible. Gonna build a wall off as well with the barracks. Just reposition, make this easier. More defensive. Just give yourself every possible chance of defending if Kua commits. And now we sit and wait. Well, as Kua has to commit. That's the problem that Kua built himself into. He put himself in an all-in position. So, yeah, he put himself in an all-in position, and Spirit set himself up perfectly against it. So Kua's going to be running himself into a brick wall here, like, headbutting it. Full on. Spirit's building Cloak as well, which is also a game winner because there is no detection available. There's no Raven left on the map, Spirit knows this. There's no orbitals, so the Banshee is a game winner as well. It forces the issue. Like I say, it's maybe not even necessary here with how things are going, but yeah. Medevac boosts up a little bit. Looks to see what's going on. Yep, going to be a few units there. Not going to get any access on that one. What's Kua waiting for? A mistake. Kua knows he's absolutely in this game right now. So he's waiting for Spirit to make a mistake. He's hoping Spirit feels like he can leave the main base. So, yeah, like, he knows he can't win by attacking in. So he's just going to wait and, like I say, hope for the mistake. Hope that Spirit, for some reason, decides to move out. Did I just sense myself? Yeah, it was necessary to describe just how much trouble Kira's in. It was that bad of a word. It was so bad it was bleeped. Because he's in that much trouble. And to be fair, there you go. Spirit's going to move to the low ground. But this doesn't matter. The only thing I'd say is I wish he waited for Cloak maybe, or another Banshee, but it doesn't really matter. Like, if Kua drops the main base as Spirit goes to the low ground, it's whatever, because like, Spirit has what he needs on the low ground to play with anyway. And because Kuru has no tanks, it's very much so whatever. Where's the Banshee at, by the way? The 2 Banshees are here, so we can just send our Banshees in. Yeah, we could just cloak the Banshees, send them forward. There's no detection. That's exactly what you build Cloak for. Cloak the Banshees. If QS sees Cloak, he might just GG. And just find a few units over there. Cloak. He loads up. He's going to try and waste Banshee energy. It just doesn't matter, guys. That medevac goes down, and is Q at least going to give us the final fight? He is! He's going to send it. Marines fight Marines, and upgrades. This is why Spirit had to play the way he did, because upgrades are actually pretty darn good. The tanks just win you the game. The Banshees win you the game as well. GG. Spirit takes it down 3-2 in an epic Game 5. You know, when you talk about 25-minute TVTs, you're like, oh, well, I wonder who sat around the most. I wonder, you know, how long that took to develop. This was just go, go, go action. This is the best kind of 25-minute TVT. Utterly stupid, long-distance mining the main base. And with that, Spirit goes to the top 4 of the OSC mid-season playoffs, eliminating Kua. Crazy business. Thank you so much if that was you installing the Marvel Strike Force. If you want to support the stream for free over the next few days, you can !Marvel and download and level up and complete them daily objectives. Completing the daily objectives is a real big plus. Alright guys, I'm going to take a quick break here. I'll see you in a moment, and I will be right back with you with our next series, which is going to be Percival versus Cristiana. I'll see you guys in just a few. I'll be right back. Welcome back, guys. How are we doing? I just had to go and do some tech support for Helen. She had the answer. She just needed the confirmation, I think. Alright, we are going to go into Cristiana. Pival. Let's do it. Final series for us today, guys. So one more best of 5. That was obviously an awesome TVT. Let's jump into this best of 5 and see where we get to. We've had 3 matches go the distance today. Can Cristiana and Percival deliver the same thing? Let's find out right now. As we have in the top right corner, the red Protoss is going to be Cristiana. In the bottom left, our blue Terran will be Percival. So, Percival, Cristiana, we saw Percival earlier taking down Cham. That was our first series of the day. It was actually a pretty fun series as well, to be honest, if you didn't see that one. Definitely worth a little look back on if you get the chance, so if you're looking for some more games. But the highlight has actually absolutely been the TVT. It's not every day we recommend the TVT as the highlight matchup, but it's definitely been the case so far. As we get in here on ley lines and we get this set up, rumbling, and moving on through. There's a probie coming down to the bottom left-hand side here initially, so just getting some scouting done in the early stages, and Percival is going double rack, so he's going to open with some aggression with this one barracks here to the top side of the map already. Starting off over there, as the SCV shows up, probe is going to get nibbled. We just go back and forth for a couple of moments, get that barracks complete as well, and the Nexus coming through for the moment. Hey, what's up, Soulman? How you doing? Thank you so much for the 1-year resub on the Prime. Appreciate you. Thanks so much for subbing it up. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hope you're doing great. Thank you so much for priming us. Yeah, if you guys are sat on a Prime, you're feeling generous to share it, or if you're just feeling like subbing in general, help us out. Doesn't matter how much we stream this week, the sub count is going down. So if you want to help us there, drop a sub. We appreciate it. Helps us do more StarCraft, would you believe, as the Nexus is on the way. This probe never saw what was up, by the way. So there's going to be the tech lab into the Conquest of Shells, into some Marauders. I think we saw Percival doing this yesterday. Was that in the Monday Cup? Not yesterday, but Monday. Did we see him doing this in the Monday Cup? I want to say we did. I remember seeing someone do this build very recently. It was against Showtime, right? It was against Showtime, and it got to the point where he was absolutely able to do enough with it, I want to say. Might not be 100% true, but I think it was on this map, so yeah, maybe it was. Maybe someone in chat can remember a little bit more accurate than I am. But yeah, this is something you did the other day. So the ideal scenario here is like this adept goes across the map. You kind of fight it off with the Marines or so. And then the Marauders show up and you just don't have prep because you kind of think this is just super normal from the Terran player. And in reality, it's not. So yeah, this adept Shades is going to be right on top of 4 Marines, which is obviously a bit of a catch anyway. So adept takes some damage. But right now these Marines go across the map and the adept feels like he may have to come home. But if it comes home, there's going to be Marauders there, and we are going to start a battery, so Cristiana has a little bit of preparation making to try and deal with this. We recall the Adept, which I don't mind. It's actually not too bad of an idea, but this Stalker's in the wrong place. Oh, the Marauders didn't see it, so they don't catch it. So that gets away for the moment here. It's going to be seeing a couple probes stepping through. The Bio Army is going to come chasing the Marines. The Marauder's going to get that Stalker. No, he misses a shot that he needed to kill it off. We will lose the SCV building the bunker. Another Marauder reinforcing. Battery is a big deal because now we actually have some healing available. That said, the probes are fighting far enough away that the battery is not active, so this is a fine fight for Percival still. Killing probes in this scenario is pretty okay. Once that Stalker, but I think there's going to be too much healing. The SCV is still available. If we chase those Stalkers off, maybe there is a chance we get this bunker up. It's going to be a pretty low chance. Yeah, the second battery is just a little bit too big of a factor. Man, honestly, one less Stalker, a little bit less damage output against this army. If that Stalker had died, this probably had the chance to work for Percival. Killing it now is retribution, but it's not going to save the day. See a couple of Stalkers moving over. And yeah, Blink coming up, Gates on the way by. Just going to see that Robo Facility dropping down at the front as well. So Robo Facility into the natural as another Stalker warps in. The few Stalkers here going to deny the Stim Pack from coming through. So that's the end of that dream. And this feels like it starts to fall apart here as Percival because you're down at Barracks, your Stim Pack is delayed. And yeah, you're just kind of back at home with not really too much to show for this whole scenario. Unfortunately. Williams jump into the bunker, so we should be fairly safe from harassment, at least for a little while. A little bit of bio there. The Stalkers go the other direction. Just going to be seeing the bunker taking a few shots of damage as well. SCVs are going to pull out, look to try and repair said bunker back to HP. Bring that back up to health, and we will have ourselves +1 attack upgrade coming through. Starport Marines, SCVs coming by. The barracks is building as well. I'm just going to be seeing the tech lab finishing on the factory is going to give us a chance here as well to continue moving through. Siege tank is on the way up to get that on the go. And starport building from Percival. The 3 barracks will begin to produce. A whole chunk of Marines are already on their way out. So bringing a lot of that by as we continue in here. What's up, Roddy? Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, everyone. We've just started off our last series of the day. Cristiana versus Percival here in the OSC mid-season playoffs. Hope you had fun on the Kung Fu Cup. I'm sad I can't cast that this week, so hope you guys enjoy. Some cool players, some cool games. We just had a crazy TVT. We just had a Game 5 of Spirit and Kieran. If you get a chance to rewind the stream and watch, you gotta go and have a look at that game. Like, Game 5 was absolutely top-tier StarCraft 2. If you want to see someone who has to return and long-distance mine their main base, because that's their only, the only thing they've got going on, long-distance mine their main base from their main base, that was the kind of StarCraft 2 we just had. So definitely check out that TVT if you run out of StarCraft later on. As this last best of 5 of the day. Percival open 2 racks, 1 proxied, Marauders out of the proxy, Marines out of the other. He was doing alright, but he was just a couple shots shy of maybe making this be enough of a commitment to break through and succeed. Thank you, Hemrick BE, for the 30-month resub on the Prime, and Roddy on the 109. Enjoy the games and please start rooting for the Falcons. We lose every weekend. Hey, the Falcons are tragic, mate. See you later, buddy. See you later. Alright, Stim Combat and +1 coming through. The barracks up into the main base, retreating by a few of the Stalkers on the bottom, trying to see what's going on. Going to be seeing the sentry nibbling up at the barracks. Just going to be getting some damage done. Extended Thermal Lance, Colossus, and the charge upgrade coming through too. As we settle ourselves back to this. Where are we at? Stalkers on the way about. SCVs, Marines, and Marauders coming through. Stim and Combat Shield will be finishing very shortly. Again, Thermal Lance and the charge just building out. We have ourselves these few Stalkers going to take some hits. The Bio Army going to be right there to fight against them. And we're going to start pushing over to that right side for now. Big push from Percival then. Moving through. Going to get after a couple of those Stalkers again. Charge and the Thermal Lance are coming up behind this as well, guys. Just continuing in with those upgrades. I mean, things are getting better for Cristiana. And Percival attacking right now, I feel like, is in a very do-or-die situation. He is going to build a third. I feel like if he doesn't succeed here, he's going to be in trouble. And I don't know if I love it. I mean, the tank's going to go down quickly, but because he just fully decided to dive into the mineral line, he's going to get a lot of eco damage. Well, okay. I'll rephrase. It felt like he was going to get a lot of eco damage, and he does start to kill probes now, but he's going to lose his entire army. I'm gonna go back to the part where I said I don't love it. He made me love it for long enough. He probably made me love it for long enough that he loved it for as well. He was like, this is a great idea. And to be fair, I do think he's maybe playing with a little bit of the concept of like, hey, I need to do something right now. So, yeah. See the medevacs up the left side, and we are going to see, most importantly though, the counterattack from Cristiana, looking to take advantage of the fact that we just flung pretty much our entire army into that third and really did not get enough value from it. A handful of SC of probe kills ain't going to win you this one, as Cristiana steps across the map and looks to open this series up with a 1-0 lead, unless something tragic happens. I mean, double drop on the map, so there's even less units here defensively. I mean, yeah, the double drop has potential. But anything you do with the double drop, I feel like this main Protoss army is likely to find just as much and more. The Vikings in the bunker is going to try and buy you some time. Stalkers step through. They want to try and target down the Vikings, give the Colossus longevity, and with triple Colossus. Feels very rough, no. There's the bio drop. We're going to start warping in units just against it immediately. The rest of these units still going by. couple of SCVs. I'm just going to be chasing through. 25 workers going down in the main base. The bio going to get after some more probes, like I say. So, yeah, we're going to do work here. It's just not enough. It's not enough compared to the fact there's still 3 Colossus on the front doorstep and there's now nothing to deal with them in the slightest. Manson is still taking damage. Orbital coming by. The units over there. Stalker's still getting after the medevacs. Clearing those out. GG says Percival. Cristiana just really had to get the defense, and that's exactly what he manages for game 1 of this best of 5. So Cristiana up to a 1-0 lead, starting us off nicely in the early stages. Awesome. All right, we're going to go game 2, my friends, on Tokamak. Let's head straight into it. Thank you for joining us, and let's get this rolling out. So Tokamak coming through, get this started out, and into play. As we have in the top right-hand side, the red Protoss player, helps if we go in game. Unless you guys really just want to stare at me all game. In the top right-hand side, the red Protoss player is going to be Cristiana. Bottom left, our blue Terran is Percival. Percival rebound from a rough start. Best of 5. Feels like there's plenty of time to come back in a best of 5, but you lose a second game and suddenly you're on match point, and it gets very scary very quickly. Harstem learned that earlier as, well, Harstem didn't learn that early. He had the 2-0 lead and lost out in the reverse sweep, but I'm sure he felt... He probably felt like there was loads of times for Spirit to come back in that matchup, so... Getting the gas coming through, racks in the gas coming up, SCVs producing. Have ourselves the probe heading to the bottom left side. I'm just looking for some information, looking for some scouting in the early stages. Get that started off and rumbling. Gateway will finish soon, probe on the way. So far so good. The SCV will finish up this barracks in the next couple of moments. The other SCV pulling over and nibble at that probie as well. SCV chases. Yo! What's up? Once again, Tamir Leibovich. How you doing? Thank you so much for the $2. The 6 Israeli shekels, what's it called? Thanks for the good vibes and great content. Thank you so much for the $2, mate. Appreciate it. Thank you for the super chat. As our probe pulls back up to the upper right-hand side. Next to Cybercore, both on the way. The assimilator coming through the pylon building. And Command Center factory reactor coming online as well. Factory halfway done then. We just have the bunker building through. Not much to say. Couple moments of calm for any sort of storm. As we just wait to see where we're going to. Twilight Council will be building, so we get that started. I guess that's maybe one of the more interesting things right now. Just Twilight Council. Going to see that blink opening from Cristiana. Obviously, last game got very weird very quickly, so I guess we have a bit more of a standard start this time. So, kind of nice to see something a bit more normal and see where the players take it. Adept will shade to the bottom left-hand side. Wouldn't mind the Marines coming over, the Orbital and Starport both building up. Blink in the Warp Gate will produce, and that Adept is already going into the natural for now. SCV will just mine for a little bit. And we'll get in the Blink coming through. Just going to see the Adept trying to go up the ramp. Unable to so far. Medevac and the Marines in production. And that's going to be our first point of aggression with that Medevac. Likely taking the mine drop across the map. You can already see the mine is waiting for its flight to depart. The arrival of the Medevac, the departure of it across the map. But a mine is just waiting patiently on the side of that main base. We have Blink on the way, Warp Gate finishing soon. Adept still Stepping on forward for a moment, going to get in toward this natural mineral line where there's a few Marines and SCVs joining up together. Medevacs will go off and away. Two Widow Mines can head into the main. Got a couple of Stalkers sat right there. The Medevac is going to then turn into the natural, which is fine. The Hellions is there, just going to force the probes to move, but the Widow Mines will obviously force the probes to kind of run and stack a little bit, and the Hellion ends up getting 7 kills. I think the Widow Mine got 1 in fairness. The Hellion gets 6 kills. Very successful. Second one will go down. There's an Observer overhead already, so the Observer provides the detection, and hence the Widow Mine goes down without firing, but still not a bad start. We are going to have 1 Widow Mine kept alive, 7 probes on the kill sheet. And yeah, I think that's going to be a very good start from Percival here. He's going to be smiling a bit, as obviously he's trying to bring himself back a game in this series. A start like that is going to make you feel good. Stim back in the +1, both on the way on the other side of the map, so bringing those straight through. As we have the Medevac on the top of Percival continuing over as well. And a couple of Marines, the reactor, all coming up. Actually, going to see Stalkers catching the Medevac. Okay, nice catch from Cristiana. At least stops the Medevac getting home. It's nice. Again, bunked with a few Marines. Build for the moment. +1 Stim and Combat Shield all coming through. Sorry, we lost 3 more probes. The Liberator got 3 kills as well. Go Liberator! Not a bad start at all for Percival. All of the damage coming through. Finding damage across the board so far. Really not a bad little situation for him, as Stim Combat and the +1 upgrades will continue through on the bio side of life. A couple of the Medevacs still building. The Robo-Bay and Forge, additional probes. It's Cristiana attacking up, this time to Liberator Sieges, but took some shots, then the Stalkers then step away, as the Lib currently only covers the edge, I guess, so... That Lib's super close to going down, though, so... May not be able to get much more done, but it is pinning a few Stalkers back, which means less at the front to try and deny a bio army starting to step to the other side. We want to try and start moving now, sees the Observer, scans for it. We want to start moving now so that we're in position when the upgrades finish, so we can make the maximum kind of usage of the timing of those upgrades finishing. It's rough though, because obviously the more Stalkers, he just killed his own Marine as well, misclick. But yeah, the more Stalkers that are here, you know, the damage being done, you're losing units going across the map, that's not fun. Instead, we're going to hold the low ground with a couple units and actually just drop across the map. So Percival takes these Medevacs and will rely on these bad boys to try and get the damage done. As he is heading straight to the main. There is an Observer there that's going to spot this in a second. It's actually in defense mode or observer mode, so will be visible from Percival too, but he wasn't slowing down anyway, so he just goes straight in. A couple Stalkers getting jumped on, 3 die immediately, and now this entire mineral line is going to be absolutely unguarded. They force field this army in half a little bit. There's a Colossus coming over. Guess who's back? The low HP Liberator. So they may not get much of a chance, but he created an opportunity for it, and he does create, and he gets damage done. Now units start showing up on the third base as well, and Percival going to start multi-pronging like his life depends on it, which I do think is going to be one of his big advantages in this series. We saw in the earlier series against Cham just how good his multi-prong and left-right side attacks were in the TVZ. I imagine here in the TVP, it's going to be a fairly similar story as Percival takes Game 2, tying us 1-1, and we get to go ahead to a Game 3 with everything to play for. No one on match point, no potential of the last game of the day coming up, so that is the good news. We'll head into that Game 3 in just a couple of moments, guys, but I do have to run ads, so we have to wait a moment, and then we can go. Alright, so a couple of seconds then. Kick this off. Get this going. Beautiful stuff. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Alright, we will just take a sec. Let's see, let the ads roll for another 30 seconds or so. We'll dive into Pylon for what will be map 3 to break the tie at 1-1. One player will get the chance to get onto match point already. We'll have to play catch up in a game 4. But we're guaranteed 4 maps at least, which is nice. Good amount of games today. Good amount of games. We actually started half an hour earlier just to make sure, just in case we had a long set of series. We've had like the QS Spirit game 5 was long, but otherwise we've not had like long games. But obviously every series going to 5 maps does lengthen the day out quite nicely. So it's been a fun one. Probably a good thing we started half an hour early just to make sure we had time. As we jump into game 3 here, Cristiana versus Percival. As we are tied 1-1. Away we go in the top left corner. The red Protoss player here is Cristiana. In the bottom right-hand side, the blue Terran player is Percival. Island and probe coming through. SCV and a depot coming down. Get settled in for the moment. Well, Harstem is down, the gateway coming through. Assimilate down the gateway coming up then. The refinery in the barracks building. No proxies to start us off, but there is a fast probe across the map as Cristiana looks to check that Percival is not up to anything sneaky. The faster you get the probe there, the more easy it is to confirm or deny if anything kind of suspicious is going on, basically. So, going to be part of the goal right now. Probe spinning it back around. Just gonna see that barrack still coming through. Nexus on the way up, probe on the way. Getting that settled. And Reaper will be on the way through as well. Depot also producing orbital command in production. Cybercore also being added on as that Nexus comes into place. And we settle this all into play. See where we're gonna go. It's following this probe, but in a moment we'll have this Reaper to follow, which exciting too. It is double gas before we expand, and actually we're staying 3 workers on each gas, which is a little bit more on the aggressive side of life here, so this might not be that kind of just factory into expansion, otherwise we would have pulled out. We might still expand, but this is probably going to be a starport before we do, in which case this is obviously very committed from Percival, really looking to try and get value early. Goes probe hunting. Ideally here you get rid of the probe on the map, because if the probe rescouts and sees no natural still, you start to worry, and that's going to be a big kind of tip-off to Cristiana as to what's going on in this game. The probe was right here, so scouting here was not far enough. Now the Reaper goes across the map, and that will free the probe to then maybe go in and scout once more. First of all, it's going to wait a second for the Reaper. There's a tech lab on the factory, and a starport in production. Like I say, a lot of gas-heavy units are going to be on the way soon, otherwise we wouldn't have just kept on mining 3 workers on each of those gases. There's that probe looking to re-scout and regather info as to what the heck's happening. Marines in a cyclone. What do we build off the starport? Just a medevac? Probably. I mean, maybe you could get a Liberator. Lip might be reasonable. I mean, whatever we're doing, we're obviously looking for damage on one base. Is a medevac Marine Cyclone good enough? Maybe if you quickly play Marine Cyclone medevac and you get across quickly, maybe you get some good openings, maybe that's where you expand. Maybe you then follow up with a Liberator. Maybe you play Swapsies on the add-on. Starport hits the tech lab, we start building Banshees or so. I imagine we're going to keep the factory on the tech lab though. Yeah, he decides exactly that. Builds a siege tank immediately. Cyclone will get rid of the probe. The probe is going to go down. Blink in the warp gate still coming online, so that's coming across. 2 gateways in production in the main base. Robotics facility going down on the natural. And this just, like I say, right now, a straight up push across the map. It's going to be a Viking afterwards, so a Viking, a nice unit, because obviously can fly across quickly, and then we can obviously just land the Viking for good damage output. Can also help in the skies against certain things. Cristiana, 3 additional gateways. Going to give him a lot of production here, but it's not ready yet. Blink's not ready yet. The first few moments of this fight is going to be an interesting few moments. Now getting a second battery established as well, so we are looking to have the healing available, but do we have the numbers to actually do any amount of damage that's going to make this alright? First grenade is not going to help the Terran player at all. Tank taking some damage here. We're going to lose the tank. SCVs get to repairing it, keeping it alive for a while, but not long enough. I mean, the first battery is drained of energy. That Stalker warping is slow. That pylon is not connected to the Nexus, so that's a slow warping. A little bit of a shame, as we are going to continue pushing through here. First of all, there's the Viking going to do bonus damage versus Probe, Stalkers, and anything else here. Well, not the Zealots, as we now have Blink, so that will help us to play defense as well. Keep some of these Stalkers alive, as Percival, 9 probes killed, trying to micro back. Going to get to the other side of this wall off. Man, he actually lost that one SCV. I think because he grenaded it, it was up in the sky, so he couldn't pull it back. If he kept that SCV alive, and if that SCV repaired the tank, I wonder if that would have made the difference here. Because then he might have kept the tank alive just a teeny bit longer. With an Immortal popping out, it feels like this is a defense from Cristiana. Supply's still down from him, but the Immortal's going to make it so much tougher to push through. I mean, unless we can find a way to kill this Immortal, which I'm not feeling confident on, especially with the Stalker's able to go after the Viking. And Cristiana's starting to go straight across the map, which is a little exciting too. Again, you've got Blink, so these Stalkers can really do a lot at this point. The Immortal is just a good buffer to kind of add on against it all. Another Stalker showing up as well, a couple of them. Yeah, medevac might, yeah, if that medevac goes down, obviously we're really doomed. As the tanks are going down. We are really doomed. First of all, it's not going to work on the aggression. A little idea. Honestly, a couple more SCVs if that tank doesn't die. It was so close to being saved. If that tank doesn't die, we are rolling, you know? So close to it being super meaningful as we jump into a game number 4 here between Cristiana and Percival. Yo, thank you so much for hitting level 5 in the Marvel Strike Force. If that is you, I appreciate you. Again, !Marvel in the Twitch chat will give you the link if you want to download on your phone and play along. As we kick off into map 4. Cristiana, Percival coming through. It is 2-1 in favor of Cristiana right now in this series. So away we go. Persephone going to be the map. And let's see if Cristiana will close it out or if Percival is going to bring us back to another Game 5. Are we really going to be able to go for a 4 out of 4 Game 5s today? That'd be crazy. Crazy if we managed it. In the bottom left-hand side, the red Protoss is going to be Cristiana. Up against the blue Terran in the top left corner of the map, we're going to have ourselves Percival. Alright, Refinery and the racks coming through, SCV, gate, and assimilator all coming by. Just going to have ourselves a gateway settling up. The probe going to start moving across for a couple of moments. Get settled in for now. So that probe into the main, again looking in to get here early, wants to try and figure out if there's any kind of suspicious activities from the Terran as soon as possible. So trying for a little bit of that info. Nexus coming down on the side of Cristiana, Cybercore in production there as well. Reaper and Orbital both producing through from Percival. Just going to see this Reaper popping out in a couple of moments. As we have the factory on the way as well, Depot still producing. Again, a lot of little bits and pieces coming through for now. So again, all of that online. The factory's still building by. Probe is coming through. And yeah, Nexus and Cybercore build up. The assimilator will be building as well. Just going to see that assimilator about to complete for the moment. See what the tech will be from the Cybercore. Stargate, like I say, is sometimes something we see, but I'd be kind of surprised. I think really we are just going to see a Twilight Council gained here from Cristiana. Some pros players like to mix it up in the best of 5, and a lot of pros players just say, why mix it up from something that's just solid, standard, and sets me into a good position, right? And there is the Twilight Council to accompany that exact sentiment. So it is going to be more of the same from Cristiana. He did mix it up a little bit, like he went 4-gate last game. That might have been a response to like, hey, I might be in some trouble as well. So there's little changes you can do. It's not just, oh, Blink is, Blink builds are all one build. There are variances. There are different amount of gateways you can build into, speed at which you tech out of it, amount of stalkers you try and pressure with. So like I say, you've got a lot of options still. Just because it's Blink doesn't mean it's boring. It is just the most expected build is all. Except will be there. Reaper going out over the right-hand side. Medevac and a couple of Marines coming through the command center in production. Reaper to the top as the battery and the gateway coming through. The couple of probes and the stalker coming about. Blink in the warp gate. Continue to produce. Go around the left-hand side. So, getting over to the left. Robotics facility finishing shortly. Gateway still being added on. The battery, another portion of this right now as this Reaper retreats away. We will see the tech lab. We will see the Marines and the SCV coming online. We just take a few moments. This medevac will have a couple of units in it. A few Marines, the Water Mine, and we also have the Banshee. And yeah, Cloak on the way through. Medevac is going to get right to the bottom. Going to unload onto the high ground. Gonna find a bunch of probes here. I mean, the units are just out of position for this, and the Widow Mine didn't burrow on the ramp, which would have guaranteed a Stalker kill here more than likely. Actually gets a Stalker anyway, so you know what? That's still good. And we're getting more probes alongside it. 7 workers, and do we save everything? Yes, we do. That is the drop of dreams for a Terran player. 7 probes, a Stalker, and you lost zilch, 0, nada. Clean entry, clean exit. And Percival killing it in the first few moments of this Game 4 in a must-win game to stay alive in the OSC mid-season playoffs. Best part of this is that this medevac is still just here. Like, it doesn't have to dive in again right away. It still can come back through, though. Multiple different ways. You could just make it a mine drop, send the Marines home. You could just go in with everything, maybe be a harassment force onto the 3rd. You have options, really, as Percival, because everything stays alive. Medevac chilling there again, Banshee in the tank coming online, Marine barracks, SCVs coming through. 2 additional gateways going down in the main base, so we just get those 2 gateways building. And next is coming about, make it 3 gateways building. Next is coming through, a couple probes in the Observer, that charge coming about also. You have the Observer heading to the top of the map currently. Marines, the Reaper over here, just going to move through. A couple of probes start going down. Nexus will be taking some damage. We have the Stalkers going to get hit as well for a little bit. We go back and forth. We get a few more probes. So, hey, there's the benefit of this staying alive, right? I mean, now we're killing 5 more workers because of it, and it's going to combo with the Banshees into the main base. There's no detection here right now, so lack of Observer is going to be the problem. It is on the way, the Observer. There are 2 out, they're just not here, which is typically, it's such a typical thing. It's like, I've got detection, just not in the right place. It's on the way over. He scans to see them, and he sees them both, so he knows he's got a couple more moments for a few more shots, and he's going to get himself out of there. 15 workers killed in combination of this attack, and that is even more damage for Percival, even more advantage, and feeling even better about where things stand at this point of the game. Stimpack combat and +1 all coming through. A few Stalkers and the Adepts go out over to the right side. But yeah, I think this one is fast approaching trouble areas for Cristiana. Like, you look at it right now, it's fairly equal work accounts, but he's down 20 army supply. The Terran is going to be full Bioforce upgraded soon. And you've got a Protoss army that is not just low on army supply, it's also low on tech. It is Stalkers. And that's it, full stop. Okay, there's charge completed, but there's no follow-up here. Gateway count is at 8, so you do have a lot, but with the fact that the work count has been slowed, producing off all 8 of those gateways immediately is not going to be too much of a factor, so I really feel like this first push from Percival, with bio and combat and, Stimpack and combat shields and upgrades and tanks, like, this just feels like it's probably going to be a bit too much. For that amount of damage dealt early, I don't see Cristiana really finding a defense here. Now, what Cristiana says is he also doesn't feel like that's going to happen. So he runs some Zealots around, he gets the Stalkers around too. He will look to cause some trouble and some chaos and try and mess this game up for Percival. and just try and run him into a little bit of a disappointing situation, perhaps. But by trying to do that, it means that even more units are out on the map and even less is over here. And this is literally just mass zealot. Like, if these Widow Mines connect half decently, this is done, right? Like this is just, there's just so many ways that this can just come undone right now. The Zealots have not struck just yet across the map either, so they're not causing chaos. They're actually going to pull back. So the Zealots are going to come back over in this direction. Widow Mine actually gets a Stalker of all things to begin with. Tank fire going well. Widow Mines are going to start hitting onto the Zealots, and their numbers are decreasing heavily. And there's a point at which suddenly you're just like, wait, there's really no Zealots left. And the moment there's like no Zealots left, this Bio Army does so freaking well, and it just jumps onto everything else. The Stalker count is not great. We are dealing with the Banshees that came back over here, just trying to be a distraction. And Percival has to pull back, but the damage is done. Equal work count still. Army supply in his favor. Now going to continue with more upgrades. And the Robo Bay only just starting from Cristiana, so he's still a mile away from where he needs to be tech-wise to really have longevity here on Persephone. Now this might be nice for Cristiana because Chaos may be his best friend, and Chaos is going to be created by missing the Terran army. So we're going to initiate, what, something of a base trade? The problem is the Terran army is strong and is across the map already. Reinforcement-wise, there's already a few units here that can help out as well, so yeah, I think this is okay. We're going to drop down the tower. I mean, I feel like Percival needs to be going. I don't think, I mean, he doesn't recognize it's everything because a bunch of these Zealots are over here, so I don't think he realizes just how much was out of position for Cristiana. Widow Mines that she hitting Stalkers again. And if I had a penny for every time a Widow Mine hit a Stalker in this game, I'd have a few pennies, man. Might be on our way to a pick and mix. Pylon? Kill a pylon? That's it. Just cancels the warp and makes it more frustrating to try and defend. Means he can sit around here a little bit longer, and Percival will do what he needs to take it to 2-2, tied up. And guess what? It's not every day this happens, but we are going to have 4 out of 4 series go to 5 games. Damn, that does not happen a lot at all, actually. It's a pretty rare occurrence that everything goes the distance, and today it will. So, yeah, some crazy business, if I do say so myself. Alright, try and warm up my hands a little bit. It's freezing in here. They're ready up. Game 5 of this series. We'll just have a minute for ads, guys, and then we are going to be off into a deciding map for our final match of the day. Again, I appreciate you all hanging out and joining us. Good to see you all. And, yeah, excited to take us into one final map. Exciting stuff. Exciting stuff. Oh, I forgot I'm meant to invite TKL. Oops. Alright, let's do this. Hey, what's up, Danzy Pro? Thank you so much for the bits. Appreciate you. Thank you for bitting us up so very much as we head into Hecate. Game 5, man. I can't believe we've had Game 5 so many times today. 4 out of 4 times. That really is something. Top right hand side. Oh, let me have a drink. Top right hand side. No, I'm still not there. In Hecate, our final map of the day, we are going to have ourselves the red Protoss player Cristiana. In the bottom left, our blue Terran is going to be Percival. Game 5? Game 5. This has been a series of early kind of games, kind of sub 10 minutes in every map so far between these two, so very aggressive stuff. Some very, very aggressive stuff, some that's worked and some that has not. Let's see, real nibble. Probe will take some damage. Just going to be having our barracks finishing up in a few moments. Next is coming onto the natural. That probe just pulling away for a couple of seconds here. Orbital and the Reaper coming through. Depot on the way. Cybercore coming about. And Orbital, Reaper, Depot, Factory. All of this coming through. Next in the Cybercore, all coming online. The simulator building as well. It's just a little bit of everything coming through for the moment. The Reaper will be building up on the barracks, so bringing that straight by. A bit of scouting from Percival. Factory coming up. Are we staying on all the gases? We are for the moment. We're even oversaturating one gas. 4 out of 3. But, yeah, there's going to be a starport early again then. So, once again, this kind of one basey kind of play from Percival. It didn't work out last time. Goes into a Hellion here initially. Oh, no, he does have a command center. Never mind. He is stacking gas, though. So, he's going to build the CC, but he's going to be very gas heavy for the moment. We'll see what he starts building after this as the Reaper comes through. So, going to get 2 Reapers on the way as well. So, that's where some of the gas is going to. Like you can see, I mean, he's building 2 Reapers and he's got 200 gas banked. So, it just needs the minerals to get the starport going, but it takes a little while. Gets that started now. And we just have our Hellion up on the high ground probe. Going to be taking shots going down. Reaper Hellion will move across, and Percival looking to put some pressure onto the other side of the map. So away we go, running through the center. Going across this beautiful bridge. Straight into the upper right side in these next few moments. I mean, we're just going to commit. Tries to kill the Adept, but he bounces it into the battery, so the battery is going to heal. That's going to be A-okay. And that's going to be a fine defense for the moment. Reaper Hellion still gathering, as we just have the Liberator and Marine still coming up. Orbital Command coming down from Percival. Getting that on the way as well. Adding on a barracks. Again, a little bit of Reaper Hellion over here. Going to start doing some damage. I think it's about to finish. Gates in the Robo Facility coming through. Hellions are going to shoot. Just going to be seeing Reapers and Hellions trying to fight. A couple of probes going down. Again, Robotics Facility is going to be finishing very shortly. The Stalker's still on its way. Those few Reapers escape back away down the right side once again as the Stalkers will give chase. Liberator, Siege Tank, and the Marines will come across the map. It's just going to make a big play out to that bottom side. Flip up to the top. It's going to move around a little. Do have ourselves the Stalkers gathering up as well. Marines ready to jump into the bunker. We do lose the SCV building it though, so it's going to at least give us a little bit more opportunity right now from Cristiana to keep the pressure applied. Finished it now as the Reapers. Into the main, what can 5 Reapers do? Showing up, Liberator on the natural is already met by Stalkers, and Battery's in position too. That Liberator goes down. Got 3 probes deep so far. I feel like that's going to be about it. 4. I mean, don't get me wrong, the Reapers are not exactly something you need to keep alive for later in the game, but it's a lot of units given up for what we end up getting. And like I say, this is probably the best case scenario for those Reapers, but then the Liberator goes down also. 4 workers only, Cristiana comfortably ahead in worker count still. 3rd base finishing now. And now he feels like there's no pressure on the map, which is true. And as there's no pressure on the map, he can step on the map himself and take map control. So Percival going to be pinned into his base for the foreseeable future, as the Stalker count will continue to rise and continue to push at the front for the next few moments. And Adept will take a shade heading down toward the natural over there. Charge, Forge, Robo Bay coming through. Just going to see the Stalkers blinking across. Going to get on top of the Siege Tank. It will go down, so the Siege Tank will die. And now the Marines going to continue going after the Stalkers as well. Got a Blink Micro, a few trades coming out. Cristiana, resources lost, extremely favorable. 700 in advantage, 6 minutes in is a pretty pretty high number, realistically, as all of our upgrades finish very soon. Why aren't Terrans keeping more Reapers alive so they can disrupt enemy army position with grenades? If only they were that good. Imagine the Reapers could survive to get close enough to, like, grenade the center of a Protoss army. That might actually be pretty sick. But, yeah, I fear that they die before they get close enough to do anything meaningful, huh? Can you imagine, though? Reaper is actually worth keeping alive. It's funny, because in some very early game situations, keeping a Reaper or two alive actually can be, you know, a big impact, but, yeah. Later in that game, it's just not happening, is it? I think it's a cool spell. It's the kind of thing that's just like, it's a cool ability, right? Just has potential, it's not super OP, it doesn't do a lot. It doesn't do a lot in certain circumstances, but can do a lot other times, and it just allows for fun plays to be made a lot of the time, I think. I like it. I remember when they added a grenade to the Reapers and people were mad. People were fuming. They could not possibly believe they made the Reapers even better. And here we are. KD8 charge is still a thing. Well, we lose a Stalker on one side of the map. The Prism heads up in the main base on this other side. I'm just going to get in after a couple more of these Zealots already. Some more damage being done. Fire will clear up. Zealots go down. About to be done. Extended thermal lance coming through. Let's have ourselves the armor upgrade coming over. 2 Colossus at a time, so Cristiana very serious about getting that tech army up and rolling here. Just getting that straight through. A couple sentries warping in along with it. Some force field potential as we make our way onto the map. Obviously, we have made our way to 3 bases here as Percival. Still just feels like he's trailing all the way through so far. Coming in the center, moving back over. A couple of Zealots are going to try and make a charge down to the bottom side. A couple of bio units coming over. Just going to have ourselves a clear up there. Good pushback. I know. More units coming down to the bottom. But a Widowmine is just going to connect initially. Zealot goes down, and we have ourselves a defense made. Actually, good tank shots as well, so we get a few units out of the defense. Nice for Percival, who, in my eyes, was definitely trailing a little bit, and with the defense like that, just feels that little bit better, right? But now you're not as committed, you know, you got a little bit of value back in return. Actually, again, a good fight here, too. The Widowmine was good to soften up a lot of those Zealots. 1 upgrade apiece right now. Both attack upgrades. The Zealots are a little squishier than you might expect them to be. And Cristiana on his way to disrupt this for the next stage of it. I do not love Cristiana still trying to push in. Like, I feel like Percival has shown he's got a very good defense going on right here. I'd maybe like to see the tanks get after the Colossus. The Colossus are the issue right now. They are the one thing you can't really deal with unless you get rid of everything else. But we have gotten rid of everything else, and now we chase forward. We pulled SCVs into this fight, and we only lost 4. Now 6. Now probably a few more as well as we come back in. Colossus pulled back. 12 workers going down in total in the end. Ouch. You thought Reapers had their grenades throughout Rings of Liberty? No, no, no. Reapers used to be different in Rings of Liberty. They used to do bonus damage to structures, so Reaper harass on your buildings would genuinely be a thing. But the actual grenade, I want to say, was a legacy of the Void Edition. I want to say it was a legacy edition, and that's why multi-racks Reaper actually became a very viable thing. Yeah, I think it was Legacy of the Void. I don't think it was Heart of the Swarm. This is what I mean. People were furious. They remember the days of Reapers killing their depots, and they were like, you can't make the Reaper good again. This is not allowed. I'm just going to shoot. Just going to see a couple of Zealots getting hooked about. But the sort of shots coming over. Vikings overhead. Just going to be seeing the bio still gathering up. Uh-oh, Disruptor. It's going to get jumped on, so we get rid of one of the splash units that Cristiana's trying to threaten with. Cristiana's still with a bunch of units here. As the Disruptor shot comes in, a few Marines taking damage. Vikings get rid of a Colossus. Getting rid of the Prism would be massive as well, obviously. It is low. Just can't finish it up yet, as the Bio here is going to have to fight. Let the Widow Mines do some work against these Zealots. It's a lot of Zealots. It's kind of scary. We do a good job of dodging away from that Disruptor, and we get a free Colossus as it walks up the ramp. And chasing is fun for Percival, but it still feels terrifying because this is a sizable amount of units still from Cristiana here. Another Warping of Zealot Stalker coming in over on that right side. Disruptor shot, going to land a couple Marauders and a Marine. Coming back through again, a couple of Zealots still being chased away. Another Disruptor shot coming over. Another Disruptor shot trying to fire. It's just going to take connection. Vikings come through, finishing off the Colossus. Is there just too much gateway? You might think so, but apparently not just yet. Percival desperate to get some better upgrades. He's down an attack upgrade right now in this game, but the 3-2 is on the way as well from Cristiana, so his position continues to improve upgrade-wise even. Another Disruptor shot trying to land, but not quite there yet, as we just have Cristiana still trying to push on through. Bioforce pulling back, man. The Bio is already low HP as well. It's not looking pretty. Cristiana trying to get the Disruptors. And the problem with the Bio being hurt is Disruptors actually kill things. It's a foreign concept lately, but yeah, they will actually kill things right now, and that's going to be an issue. Bio gathers, Widow Mines joining. Just seeing the 3-2 upgrade still. 2 Colossus building from the Robo facilities. The Liberator, Marine Marauder producing on the side of the terrain. I mean, maybe some Liberators can stabilize this game a little bit. We need something to stop this pressure from Cristiana. The problem is, I think Cristiana's in too good of a spot. The base count is growing. It's getting better and better. Disruptor shot still landing as well. It really feels like Cristiana is moments from potentially moving through to the top 6 here in the OSC mid-season playoffs. Would play against Bjorn in that top 6 matchup. It's just going to be a tough one. Unwinnable? Not unwinnable, but very difficult for sure. As the bracket would basically be Bjorn versus Cristiana. If Cristiana wins this, the winner of that plays Cure. Winner of that plays the loser of Max Pax and Solar, and then that's the grand finals after that from the lower bracket. Planetary Fort is trying to move in for the 4th base. We kind of need that if we want to stay in this game as Percival, but instead we're going to end up losing a bunch of SCVs trying to protect it. Base goes down. We're going to see the Disruptors here maybe in some trouble. Now it's just Zealot Stalker. Is that good enough to keep pushing forward here? The Liberators are obviously a question mark. They make life a lot more difficult, but we target them, or we try to target them down. It's a bit of a mess of a fight. Stalkers have to blink away from the mines, but they do get the libs. 13 SCVs dead during this as well. We chase away, and again, Cristiana, even when he's taking losses, he's just coming out 20-30 supply ahead. He just keeps coming out in a slightly better position and is just able to be kind of where he needs to be for the most part. Shots, that Colossus taking damage. We pull back over to that right-hand side. That's going to be more Bio from Percival right down on the bottom as well. Marine Marauder, Viking coming over. And a couple of Widow Mines will burrow up as well. Mines have done a lot of damage to the Zealots this game, but it's just not gotten through the front lines well enough to really allow you the dive to kind of punish the Protoss. I will say I'm impressed. Percival got rid of a lot of the tech units a lot of times over. It's just been all the filler units that have just been too much at the end of all of these fights. Prism gets another sizable warp, and the Stalkers blink across. Units are still going down. Colossus will fall. The Viking taking some shots as well. I think we are at the GG. Cristiana is going to get Game 5. And Cristiana stays alive in the OSC mid-season playoffs. He's not having a bad run either. 3-1 trigger in the previous round, knocked out the lower bracket by upper bracket, by Solar. Before that, he beat Skillers, but now taking down a non-Protoss. He will face Bjorn in the next round. If he wins that, he then has Cure to play after, so it's going to be tough for sure. But never say never. Alrighty, my friends. Thank you so much for joining us. It has been a pleasure. I hope you guys have enjoyed. That's it for me today, and I am not back tomorrow. I'm going to take the day off tomorrow. I've got some stuff going on, so I will be back on Friday with the Korean Royale, and then I'll be off on Saturday. Shocker, I'm actually just having a day off on Saturday, straight up, nothing else going on, just a day off. I'll be back, I'll not be here on Saturday, but I'll be here Sunday as well. So Friday and Sunday, WardiTV Korean Royale is what's going on. So that's what's happening. I appreciate y'all. Thank you so much for dropping by and hanging out with us. Again, if you missed Spirit versus Cure, go watch Game 5 at the very least. You guys owe yourselves that. It was a great game. VOD available on Twitch, VOD available on YouTube, as you wish. Thank you, Ghost. At the very start of the stream, first 5 minutes of the stream, dropped a £100 donation. Super appreciate that still. Mention that one more time. And otherwise, thanks for watching, guys. If you enjoyed, like, subscribe, follow, Prime sub, regular sub, gift the subs. Check out the Patreon, patreon.com/WardiTV. Marvel Strike Force if you want to support for free as well. ! Marvel in chat. Install the game gives us money. Leveling up gives us money. Completing your daily objectives gives us money. So check out Marvel Strike Force. Want to support freely? I don't have to be live for you guys to use it or benefit from it or so, or to level up on it or whatever. So yeah, thanks so much, guys. I'll see you guys on Friday for WardiTV Korean Royale Season 4, Day 2 of Group A. Byun Shin. No, who's playing on? I can't remember who's playing. It's Byun Percival. I still don't know. It's not Byun at all. That's why I'm not getting there. It's Percival, Ryung, Nightmare, and Zaun are going to be playing. So that's going to be coming up on Friday. I'll see you guys later. Thanks for watching. I'll see you guys next time. Bye. And as usual, set of ads on the outro. Once the ads are done, we'll host someone up and spread that StarCraft love. I'll see you guys later. Bye, bye, bye.